Hello everyone, welcome back to Laurence Plays for some more Factorio Planetary Pioneers. And well, we ended the game in a little bit of a panic is too strong a word, but in a hurry at the end of the last stream, and we've now dropped down to very, very slow mode while we wait to see if people can catch up. Anyway, yes, so because Norvis was, well, the biters were revolting. And it turns out this was because they'd run out of bioflux that was to keep the spawners satiated and tame and so on, and so they've started producing biters again. And it turns out the reason that's happened, as any channel supporters will know from Friday's video, is that, well, I copied the Gleba export ship, this guy, to make the oh craptin my craptin, this one over here, the Rubia ship. And then I went in here and I went, okay, well, we want to get science from Rubia, so I went in and I edited the interrupt for it. Unfortunately, that also edited the interrupt on the Gleba ship, and so that broke everything. So I guess we need to, well, there's no point in editing this again. I guess we just delete this and remake it. So that's planet import 0 should be for Gleba.
No, take the one from, keep the one on the Rubia ship, and because that's the correct one, and
yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. So yeah, knock this one out from here and make a new one for Gleba back on the Gleba export ship. That's I have a horrible feeling there was an extra reason to leave, and which we've now lost. So I think that was maybe it was if there was science and time had passed or something like that. We'll delete this first anyway.
Probably something with the bioflux as well, right? Because
maybe
we need those.
Yeah. So we want to do get stuff from Gleba. And then this should go to Gleba. Oh, that's convenient. It's almost as if it picked it up because it knew what I was wanting. And then we've got. I'm now worried. I'm now worried that there is another ship that has a get stuff from Gleba.
Yeah.
It's making me paranoid.
So
This is just get nuclear fuel.
You didn't set up anything, right? It just appeared.
Yeah. I called it get stuff from Gleba, and it has that. Let's delete it and create another one called sausage. Right, so yeah, I think there was another one called get stuff from Gleba that's for another ship. So I'm going to do this again, and we're going to rename this to...
Oh yeah, no, it's safe, the old interrupt. Huh.
Oh!
I mean, the condition is...
You renamed it, and that presumably just changed it on both ships.
Yeah.
But you...
Well, yeah, so if you have a look at interrupt, it's still there. Get stuff from Gleba.
No, so just created that. Ah, no, those will be the Grand Tour ones. There'll be a get science. I need to create one called get science from Gleba. That'll be it. So that right. Okay, so we'll add an interrupt and call it get science from Gleba. And then we want to. I don't care about interrupting other interrupts. Add interrupt condition is any planet import 0, and that is then to be for Gleba. Gleba, there we go. And then target interrupt station would be Gleba. Right. Okay, so we go to Gleba, and then we stay there until all requests satisfied, or time passed of 120 seconds. And then we do some shenanigan-nannery. No, that's not all. Then we do some fiddly stuff in here, like waiting for item count, or cargo of science packs. They'll be in here. That's not the decomposition. Not the decomposition. The agricultural science pack is probably greater than 0, and time passed is 30 and is 20 seconds. I don't really know. I'm sort of trying to make up what I think Mark might have had in the past, and this is a sort of bit of a guessing game.
Bonus points for chat to watch us the video now, where he explains the ship.
That would be very, very handy, but also a little unreasonable to ask.
Bonus points, I mean.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Right, bioflux, this guy. Bioflux is greater than 0 and time has passed. Let's put that down to 20 seconds as well. Right, so if it's got any science or it's got any bioflux, or everything's and time has passed, or everything's satisfied, leave, or if 120 seconds has passed, then we can leave. Right, okay. So now we've got to here. We're waiting for an all request satisfied. What are we actually waiting for? Okay, we're waiting for another many thousand bioflux. A lot of this bioflux is about to rot in like 6 minutes. Or actually, 6 minutes is a reasonable amount of time. We might be able to get it out to the what's namey place? The egg factory. In this time. So we'll see. So
Ooh, it's not. What's it sorting by? Because we have some with 21 seconds in there as well. 17 seconds, yeah.
I think it's just fairly arbitrary. Oh yeah, 1 second.
Yeah.
Pop.
Pop,
I think
yeah.
it's just sorting it fairly arbitrarily. Why is that not getting dropped? Maybe it doesn't get dropped at this end and gets dropped at the other end. So now we're down to 6,900. Yeah, I'm about to send you over some rather rotted bioflux, Sophia. Don't eat it all at once.
Fine.
Although we are bringing more and more up, so we've got. Although we're also chucking it down. Why are you dropping bioflux? What the hell?
Yep. It's.
What?
Why is it dropping bioflux at Gleba?
Is it not dropping spoilage or something?
No, that was a
I'm
pod just left with
dropping
bioflux
spoilage
in it. Oh,
yeah,
you.
I mean the 20 seconds one.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you're doing it, right? Okay.
Yeah,
I was worried that it was unloading a Gleba for some reason. Right.
No.
Okay, it's fine. It's just Mark. Okay, we're waiting for another 200 science packs and a quantity of bioflux. That said, we've got. Actually, no, it's never going to leave until we're. Ooh, that was some more bioflux arriving, I believe. Yeah, we're up to 7.6 thousand now.
You could send it prematurely, and I can send the Shepherdic Steward over to get more.
I'll send it prematurely. I don't think there's any point in sending it over, sending the other ship over, because there won't be enough resources. There won't be enough supply here for it to get any more. And also, I've now tweaked the interrupt conditions so that it'll fly off sooner as soon as it's been loaded up with some stuff. If there's a little bit of time of it not doing anything, it'll go, oh, okay, well, I guess that's all I'm getting for now. And it'll fly over to try and keep it fresh.
It's fine. I just arrived at the Gleba anyway. I might as well pick up like 1,000 or 2 if. Or should I not?
And you'll have to babysit it the whole way. I don't think there's any real point. At the moment, I'm trying to get it to leave. It's just waiting for something to be brought up, and I'm not quite sure. It must.
Yeah, I mean because it's not doing anything otherwise this ship, so you might as well do something useful, I guess.
I mean it will catch up, so I wouldn't babysit any ships.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking. There's 7,000. There's 8.6 thousand. Admittedly, quite a lot of it's going to rot fairly soon. But there is 8,500 bioflux on this ship, so you're going to get quite a bit of it. Is going to be good enough to use.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, I should look at chat. Hello, Board Easy. Welcome, and Quago as well. Good to have you both here. Yes, there is an interrupt in the search button in interrupt creation. So I probably should have searched before I tried to create a new one to make sure that name was still free. You know, like you're supposed to search for things before you create a new YouTube channel or something like that. Not that I did. There is a Laurence Plays on Twitch, which is why I'm Laurence Streams on Twitch and Laurence Plays on YouTube. But you know, the theory was there at least. Item count is useless because. Yeah, so it should. Oops, wrong one. It should when it leaves Gleba. It will. Okay, so there's a chance it will. There's a chance it will leave with stuff still wanted at 120 after 120 seconds. Yeah, that's true. So that one's probably useless. But we want it to leave immediately if it's fully satisfied, or we want it to leave. Maybe these should be. Maybe these should be anded, and so it should be get rid of that one, or get rid of that one, and then and all 3 of these together. So if you've got at least some science and some bioflux, and 20 seconds has passed, so another rocket isn't trying to land, then it's time to leave.
I think you're overcomplicating it.
Well, chat, someone who was it? Mitchell pointed out that as it is, if it gets some science packs and not bioflux, or vice versa, after 20 seconds, it will try and leave Gleba, and then the interrupt will trigger again automatically as soon as it leaves, and it will just go back to Gleba. So it will just sit there. But then it'll just sit there, so maybe that doesn't matter. Yeah. Right, here we are at Norvis, and bang, all of the... that's a big launch of stuff. It has just dumped absolutely all of the science packs and the bioflux in one go. That's amazing. I've never seen it dump quite so quickly, if you'll pardon the expression. Right, so now we're seing some inactivity, and we're off again. Right, so we're going straight back to Gleba to go and get some more of those things, and we'll let the ship run and see how it goes. My audio's out of sync, is it? Oh yeah, so it is. One moment, I'll just restart the webcam. That tends to fix this. So, or rather, I say restart it. I usually just change the resolution, which knocks it off the side like that, which is mildly annoying, but never mind. And then when I change the resolution back again, that usually fixes it. Yeah, that seems to be much better. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, you're quite right. You're quite right. That would make sense, Lupus Snoop. We could use bunny hop to get some miscellaneous trigger tech items over. Perhaps for any that aren't on the line, we'll do it that way. We'll bunny hop them over rather than bringing the other things. All
I
requests.
think none of these are on the line.
Oh, okay. That's a bit more interesting then, I suppose. We'll have a look in a moment. Ooh, what's getting blown up? It's Norvis.
That has a list, I think, all of them.
We've lost a lamp.
A light at the
Oh no, the biters have taken the light out.
Yep.
Hello, Peter. Welcome. Found in the VOD from last week. Thank you, Quagor. Bonus points for you. Get Science for Gleba was all requests from Gleba was all requests satisfied, or cargo greater than 0 and 90 seconds. Okay.
Thanks for looking that up.
I think I'm happy with this as it is. Yeah, so I think that should probably work fine. But we shall see. Yes, regular, you are correct. We are indeed looking at the Gleba ship because the bioflux ran out at the end of the last stream. It turned out it was the interrupts between this and the copy of the ship I made were linked. So when I edited one of them and turned it into a Rubia interrupt, it broke the Gleba ship. So yeah, I discovered this while I was off trying to make a video about what had happened. Hello, Ario.
Train is on the way. Oh yeah, Zephyr's on it.
And yes, hello, regular. Right, over to north. So yes, we've got the bioflux train is apparently on its way. Must just be. Oh, there it is. Probably. I wonder how fresh that bioflux isn't. We'll find out when it gets unloaded. I guess. Follow the train. Follow the train. You only had to follow the damn train, CJ.
Can you start recapturing again, Zephyr?
Yep. Yeah, I just wanted to get there.
Alright, so we've got...
Let's give the biters a chance to destroy some robots, right?
An element of freshness. We're looking at about... Oh, actually 30 minutes on most of that. That's not too bad at all.
Where is my remote?
What's this? What is this alert? I mean, I know why there's this alert, but... Oh, low bioflux at biter spawners, fair enough. Oop, there goes the Spidertron. Recapture. Lovely. Is this another... What's this train for? Oh, is this train coming to pick up eggs? Because I feel like there shouldn't be any. Yes, I think a train's coming to ask for eggs. Something seems to have gone a bit squiffy there.
No, it's been long enough, so the system assumes that there's enough.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes, it was on. I've forgotten it was on a timer. I thought it was on a... Yeah, of course, because we don't... There was no way to read off the spawners how many eggs are in them, so yes, it just has to be timer based. Fair enough. Right, so that's capture bots on the on all of the spawners, doing the lovely injecting whatever it is they inject into them. And then over here we've got some of them are recaptured, so we can start actually harvesting eggs again. Lovely. And we've got 5.
Did you send the train back, or...?
Yes.
Okay.
That's probably sensible. Right, okay, the drama is now mostly undramaed, I think. We are no longer a dromedary around here. Good. So I guess the next thing is we can ignore this now. Sophia can carry on tidying it up, and although I think he's basically done it, he's going to need to get some more capture rockets for the Spidertron for next time this happens. But for now, we're pretty good as long as the gunge keeps flowing. Oh, and the ship's back at Norvis again now, and leaving again, so it's dumped off some more. How much have we got in storage? Let's have a quick look, because I'm curious. What's this being brought over? Oh, that's the juice to run the science labs. I see no bioflux. Or we... Oh, there's some. Here it comes. And yeah, most of this is pretty fresh. This one's only 23 minutes, but 23 minutes is a decent amount of time. It's long enough to get and that if it's needed urgently, it'll be good enough. And if it's not needed urgently, then we can bring more over from Gleba. So that I think that's absolutely fine. And then there's some over here. That's the slightly stuff that's trying a little bit harder is just over an hour. So yeah, I think that seems to be sorted. We seem to be all right now. So Peter is asking why we haven't automated the biter spawner. Why there isn't? Why we're not taking over a supply of capture rockets and putting them into rocket turrets in order to recapture them. I don't think there's a good reason. I think we just haven't.
We didn't have rocket turrets when we set up the design, I think.
That makes sense. However, the downside of doing that is on an occasion like the one we just had, where the problem was with the bioflux supply. All that would do is rip through all of your supply of capture rockets, and just keep trying to recapture the spawners, and then they just get freed up again, and then they'd escape again or uncapture again because there wouldn't be any bioflux for them. So in a way, because we have so many lasers here, it doesn't matter if they all break out, and that means we can then solve the problem and get it to. And then recapture them once we're ready to turn things back on again. So I think it's probably better to have it this way, where we just go, oh no, everything's escaped, go in and fix it, rather than have it just burning through capture rockets.
Yeah, and it's also a different logistics network, right? So we don't want bots from the main area to go over here necessarily, right?
Yeah, so we'd have to bring the capture rocket turrets over by train as well, and that gets a little bit more complicated. Yeah, the Spidertrons were also put in after this facility was built, I think. Oh no, actually no. We were able to make rocket Spidertrons before we could make rocket turrets because of Castra. No, Igris. Igris gave we got Spidertrons from Igris before we even had rocket turrets. I don't know what the recipe was for making those actually, because you're right. It is traditionally it's one of the required components, isn't it? Maybe there's an alternative Igrian recipe for making them. Spidertron is made from fish, tesseract, fission reactor, exoskeletons, and radar. So there we go. This is an Igrian thing. So yeah, we don't need to.
Working.
Excellent. Yes, that's true. It would increase the buffer time when bioflux runs out. You're quite right. However, I don't think we noticed the alert saying that we'd run out of bioflux, because there's always alerts going on down here. There's always something complaining in the factory, and so we didn't actually notice until until things started getting damaged over here, and then it was a sort of oh no panic. So, or actually, I think spawners uncapturing counts as something getting destroyed. So we probably would have noticed at that point while the capture rockets were still being fired out. Yeah, it would. I think it wouldn't have made anything better.
I couldn't make the alert a global buzz if you want that, maybe.
Maybe we can then unglobal it if it gets annoying because we're in the middle of fixing it.
All right.
Yeah,
well, I'll put it on global for now, and then
okay,
we can change it if it's annoying.
Okay. So yeah, I still think though it would end up with us just burning through a lot of capture rockets when there's no point in burning through, when we wouldn't actually gain anything from burning through those capture rockets, because we'd just end up using them up. We'd recapture the spawners, but then the spawners would uncapture again before they'd actually produced any eggs because we wouldn't be feeding them, I think. And so while we were fixing the bioflux, so we might as well just let them stay uncaptured and then go in and just recapture them all at once. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Exactly. The Spidertrons are now made of magic so they don't need the rocket turrets. Spot on. Yes, the correct solution is to make sure we never run out of bioflux. And in theory, we would never run out of bioflux. It's just that the spaceship got broken. So, yeah. I say that in the passive voice because it was my fault. Okay, now we can get back over to Rubia and see what's rubiating over here. So, yes, we were talking about there are a load of researches that can be done on Rubia by yeeting stuff. Yes, we shall. We must yeet. So
Okay.
where do we have a look? So there are things like I'm just trying to find them in the research thing at the moment. Okay, so we can make lube by, or we can research a Rubia recipe for making lube by yeeting a quantity of yeeting 100 lubricant barrels into space. Fine. And also there are many other similar things. We can get a tungsten grappling hook by yeeting metallurgic science packs, and so on and so on. And so, to that end, Tristan has put a yeetomatron, also known as a crapperbolt, here, and is now going to start trying to bring in these things. So, as discussed and as somebody pointed out, we can we can drop things down from the lime if they are things that are available. But Tristan checked in, and it seems these are the sort of things we need, none of which are really going to be coming from the lime. So we're going to need to start bringing those over. And somebody suggested we should bring them over by bunny hop drive, and that seems like a good suggestion, to be honest. What's the other green thing?
There's a
Oh,
lot of
Siberia.
stuff there. I think it's going to be too heavy to do that sensibly.
Okay, a lot of hopping back
Also,
and forth.
basically, the top row is the ones that are doable. The
Right,
bottom
okay.
row ones that are not doable currently.
Hence the X's on these things. Fair enough. Okay, so, well, for some of these things, like the agri-science packs, the EM science packs, and the science packs, basically, we could hijack ships. So, yeah, there are ships that carry most of these things.
I was going to create a ship that will just go and grab the relevant things from places that have them just slowly, and then it can become the Rubia science ship afterwards.
There is already a Rubia science ship. It's the O Crapton, my Crapton.
Oh yeah. Okay. Could repurpose that one then. Although, okay, this one maybe this one just becomes the next ship that's needed when it's needed.
Yeah. Oh, you've already started making one, have you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Oh
queued
yeah,
it up.
Rubia and yeeting. I see. Yeah, so it'd be good to have another ship available. That's always handy. Yeah. So yeah, feel free to nick this one. I don't think we need the. There isn't even a Rubian science pack. It's the things like the sniper turrets and the Craptonites that we're going to need out there.
There
We
is a-
could possibly want elsewhere.
There is a science pack. It's the second one along the list.
Oh yeah, duh. Right, yes, okay, so we need to start bringing that up by rocket as well. But yeah, in the meantime, yes, do go ahead, take the ship away and use it to bring the miscellaneous stuff over. I guess that's just add a section here, put everything in, send it out on a grand tour, and then delete the section once it's done.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to allow us to basically finish off Rubia because, well, that sort of thing is going to be the big steps towards finishing off Rubia. The other thing we kind of need is bringing up large quantities of these science packs, which are not being made very quickly. So I guess some expansion of that is probably going to be a good idea. They're coming down here, going into boxes up that way. So where do they come from? They come from up here, where we have two machines, and currently the locomotives are the limiting factors. This is another science pack that requires locomotives, which is kind of crazy. Although one loco does turn into four science packs, so maybe that's fair. So I guess I think the next thing to do here is to follow this backwards and work out why and try and make this run a bit faster, because we could do with more science packs being made. Even if we're not actually using it at the moment, it just feels like the sort of thing we should have. So locomotives, they come from along here somewhere. They come down quite a lot of they come down a lot of bus before they actually get passed in anywhere. Right, so here we go, up here. What is your problem? Your problem is engine units. And they're coming out from the blue circuit production, and we're yeeting lots and lots of them away up there. Right, so let's turn this belt round, because actually, it turns out we need these engines. So let's do that. There we go. So that's going to mean basically twice as many engines coming through now. However, oh no, okay, we've got a splitter here, so we're taking them off this way to make into locomotives. Then we're taking them down here to feed onto this belt. I just want to make sure that we're going to be getting rid of them if and when we have too many of them. And there is a signal being read off this belt. La 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 la. All the way down to here. Then we're splitting out motors here, bringing them up this way. What does this even do? Comes up to here. Okay. Ah, right. So yes, we are yeeting away the. Yeah, if we have too many engine units, we will indeed yeet them away. Good. That's what we like to see. We are unfortunately yeeting quite a lot of them, even though we don't currently have enough. That's a bit wasteful. So let's come back along here. I could set the priority on this splitter here to pass them over to locomotive making, But then I worry that we might have a short. There's presumably something down here that actually needs them. Otherwise, we wouldn't be passing them down this way. Yeah, they go up here to make into armor locomotives. Let's prioritize the other way.
A quick question about Rubia here. I think the sniper turrets were added last stream.
There were a few added the stream before last, but we've switched over to them all being sniper turrets last stream. Yeah.
So basically they work as regular turrets, but they have greater range and I guess, right?
I think they
Much
shoot the
greater,
whole
much
magazine.
greater range, much higher ammunition consumption. They've, as Mark was saying, they fire an entire mag at a time, but also much higher damage, and also much higher damage per magazine as well,
Interesting.
and
Alright.
higher DPS. So they're just generally better. They're better in every way, unless you're trying to shoot lots and lots of little individual enemies, which we're not. So they are just better in every way.
They'll be terrible on Lignumus.
Yes, they would.
These would probably work well on ships, right?
Yes, they would be excellent on ships.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think putting them onto ships is going to be one of those things that we are going to do in the future.
Interesting.
Maybe not.
Can they only be made on Rubia, or can they be produced anywhere?
We're exporting them, so I assume they can only be made.
Crafted on Rubia. They have to be crafted on Rubia. Interestingly, they don't take any exotic materials, but they have to be made on Rubia.
All right. Yeah, we should definitely try to export them.
Absolutely, they are being loaded onto the Rubia spaceship, so they are being exported, along with the magic boxes that let you put things into rockets, and the Kryptonite and the science packs.
Oh my god, I just saw the ships for the first time.
The rockets, yeah. Yep. The less said about those, the better, should we say?
Mm-hmm.
Name the Yeet group to add it to ship requests. Oh, that's not a. That's sort of a good idea, except I think it would cause things to break because we don't want to have. Oh, it is named already actually, but we don't want to have too much of those things arriving. We just want to bring over the correct amount, and then so once we've done the research that requires yeeting wood, for example, we don't want to bring in more wood afterwards. It'll just fill the landing pad up.
Yeah, the landing pad is requesting the amount there.
The amount needed for the sciences?
Yes. And
Okay.
so once we've done the science, it will stop requesting more.
Oh, okay. How?
Have a look.
It's controlled by circuit network. So we've got a list here of all the things that are needed for Yeeter purposes, and then you're doing a memory cell and subtracting them from the initial list.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
And then I'm cycling only rather slowly and only requesting one at a time. But that'll work fine for this.
Yeah. Just park the ship in orbit and leave it there. Okay. So no, there was a suggestion that you could use the same signal, same thing you set up called Rubia Yeets on the spaceship to request the bits that it's going to need in order to yeet. But I said that
like the spaceship that has a request for Rubia Yeets and is currently filling up with wood from North.
Right, but then you're going to have to remove them from the combinator, therefore from the Rubia Yeets when it gets them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to enable and disable this on the spaceship at appropriate times.
Right.
But,
okay. Yep. As long as that's under control, then that's fine. So yes, if we look on the Crapton, we will see that it is it's doing a round trip at the moment.
I'm probably, depending on how much space gets taken up, I might be going to be sending it straight back to Rubia.
Right.
Oh, no, there's plenty of space.
That's not 10,000.
No, it's not. I guess Norris didn't have enough.
Well, you set it to 10 seconds of activity and any request 0.
No, that's just what it was.
Oh, I see. Right, so it didn't get brought up in one go. Fine. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not fiddling with the Norvis thing because that's part of the normal.
It's gone back to Norvis again automatically.
Yeah, I turned it back.
Oh, you turned it around. Okay. Right. There's a lot of confusion here from multiple people fiddling with a ship at the same time. I had that earlier with Mark. Right, or at least I'm getting confused a lot by it. Yes, we were yeeting engines. I've turned that off, which is a little bit of a minor concern because that has meant we're going to stop making armoured locomotives. But well, eventually, but there's a lot of engines along here, so yeah, I'm sort of okay with that for now. And we'll just pass all of the engine units through here for the time being. And if and when we eventually completely back up on locomotives, then they'll start flowing the other way as well. So it'll sort itself out eventually, maybe, probably not. Probably won't, but we can pretend. And
the overflow should stop happening.
No, because previously it was sending them out both ways.
No, the overflow, the dumping engines.
No, it doesn't stop happening. Because the dumping engines is based on how many there are on the long belt that goes all the way along.
Yeah, so as soon as it's no longer filling that.
But it is always filling. It was always filling that because there's a splitter that's sending the engines both ways. This splitter here was sending the engines both ways.
Yeah, but my point is it won't drain further than it currently is, except being used for making armor.
Oh right, okay, yeah, right. So yes, those engine units will be used to make an enormous number of armored trains before we run out. Yes, that is true. I agree with that. I thought you were saying that if it was that the engine units would stop getting yeeted if I just left it alone, which was not true.
No.
Right. That's true. We may need to yeet blue circuits to improve engine production. Do we have enough?
Already?
No, we're just keeping them all because blue circuits seem valuable. Oh, we are in theory turning them into red circuits, but it's running. Oh, why's it stopped? Oh, we're not using the light oil up fast enough. So the light oil is filled up now, which was a problem the other way around last week.
That needs expanding further up then.
So do we want more? No, we're full of rocket. Well, we're virtually full of rocket fuel to the point that not a lot of things are running.
That needs filling up. The more rocket fuel we make, the faster we use up light oil.
Yes, but we have enough rocket fuel. So you're saying we should yeet the rocket fuel?
Yes, the way we're yeeting rocket fuel.
Oh, I see. But only half the rocket fuel machines are running.
Because it's only the ones that are above that are actually feeding into that.
Oh, I see. That one, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah, gotcha. So yeah, I see what you mean. So if we have more of this up here, then we'll make more rocket fuel. Yes, like that. We'll make more rocket fuel in order that we'll just yeet with this thing. Gotcha. Yeah. I understand. It seems very strange to be going, oh yeah, let's create more rocket fuel so we can just to throw it away so we can get rid of some blue circuits. But such is mods. Or should I say such are mods? I'm not sure. Oh no, the Castrians are making the Kryptonite axe. Oh, Quago says the sniper turrets are terrible for ship defences because their range is too long and it wastes a lot of ammo. I suppose, yes, that means they would end up shooting a lot of asteroids that aren't actually going to hit the ship. So I can see this. I can see your point in that.
You could have them fairly central.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say if you have them only in the front, then
front and center, like the not the glee, but like these lasers essentially. Let's ghost in a what's the name? Yeah. So it's if we did put one in here, right in the middle, it wouldn't stick out any further than the existing laser turrets on the flanks do. Or if we put a column of them in along the middle here. The other thing, though, is that using an entire magazine of ammo from a sniper turret in order to take out a single small asteroid, because that's what you tend to use the bullet weapons on, is going to be rather wasteful. So maybe you'd use those to take out the medium asteroids, the ones that are currently, well, we're using lasers on here. What was the? Let me have a look at the.
Well, what could also be interesting, instead of then using red ammo for regular turrets, you could use yellow ammo and using magazines of ammo instead of.
Potentially, yeah. You're getting a lot less bang for your mag, but you don't. But they're cheaper to make. Yeah, I'm not sure. So let's have a look here. So small asteroids are vulnerable to lasers. So the game, it feels like the game is encouraging you to use laser turrets on the smalls, bullet turrets, I think, Yeah, bullet turrets on the mediums, rocket turrets on the large, and then well, I won't say for the huges because that'll be spoilers. We haven't got there yet. Actually, I don't think we've got to there yet either, so sorry about that. But yeah, so if we start using, so how much health do these guys have? 400. So if we hit them with a magazine of yellow ammo, that's 22 damage, but then it comes out of a sniper turret, and we multiply that 22 damage by 5, and then possibly by 20. So 20, so that's about 100. That's about 2,000 damage, which is massive overkill for a small asteroid. Although you do lose a bit, of that. So that's 2,000 damage. A small asteroid has we knock off 10%, so 1,800 damage, and it's 400. So massive overkill, even with yellow ammunition.
But
These
also,
guys,
I did the small ones on my ships. I'm killing
that's
those with
mediums.
lasers.
That's for a medium. Sorry, I misspoke. That's for the medium ones. They have a health of 400. So it's massive overkill for the mediums. Then looking at the large ones, the big ones, they have a physical. Oh, they block 2,000 damage physical and then 10%. So I guess, but then we could switch over to the red ammunition for those, and that does 36 times 5 is about 150, a bit more than 150. Times 20 is 300, 3,000. So you'd be doing about 1,000 damage. A bit more than that because I rounded down quite a bit. So 1,000 damage. It's got a health of 2,000. So yeah, two shots from a sniper turret would happily deal with a big asteroid. That doesn't sound too difficult, to be honest, because we'd have a strip of them up the middle. So potentially having the lasers for the smalls. Normal gun turrets for the mediums and sniper turrets for the big ones would be feasible, and that would save some complications. You'd have to use red ammo everywhere when all gun turrets, but that's an interesting thought, because that would save.
So you mean you can skip the rocket turrets then, right?
Exactly. Yes. That would certainly be interesting to try. Where's the... Oh, Foliax. Okay. Foliax has been reskinned since I last looked at it, so I didn't recognise it when I first came along. No, Quagor. Well, you'd have to switch the... That's why, yeah. So you're sort of right. Snipers with yellow ammo won't hurt big asteroids, but sniper turrets with red ammo will do, I think, about 3,000 damage, which is minus 1,000. Well, it's 3,500, I think. Which minus 2,000 is about 1,500. Minus 10% is 1,350. And so 2 hits from that will take out, I believe, a big asteroid. But yes, it would absolutely have to be red ammo. Yes, Rubia is indeed a very different and interesting take. I agree. I like this sort of thing where things are weird and different. You're suggesting that the light oil pipe in the red circuit recyclers is not connected to the rest of the pipe network. Red circuit recyclers, that's here. You're right. There's a massive gap there. That is not going to help. Let's fix that up. And then down here, that's there we go. Now that can all drain out, hopefully. At least it would if the rest of the pipes weren't full as well. But yeah, that's now starting to run again, so that's optimistic. Over here, I don't think we're making normal generic boring pipes, so that's not getting constructed. And apparently I don't have enough of those either. Do I have any iron? Yes, I do. I can make lots and lots of pipes. So let's get that done. Have we decided which planet we're going to next? I do not know which planet we're going to next. That doesn't mean we haven't decided. It's possible that it has been decided and I've either forgotten or just not been told. Either of those are possible. But no, at the moment I don't think we've officially announced it. Mumbling, ha, cheek. Yeah, there were a number of different considerations that I had to consider as I was going through the theories there and thinking about what would be a good way to run our turrets, our spaceships. Okay, so that is, yes, indeed going to increase our oil production consumption. Let's go nuts with these things. Like that. Boop. And then, so it's put 3 in each of these, which isn't going to work. Which is going to get actually, are these balanced as all things should be? Would they be if I? Are they when I do that to them? Yes. So I need to take one of the speed modules out of each of these. Great. Can I copy that and then Angry Ghost it on top of, and then Angry Ghost it on top of there and have it? Yes, I can. Excellent. Right, there we go. That should use the light oil up a little bit more quickly. The pipe is not completely full. That is a good start. Oh, there's a tank here that's providing quite a lot of buffer. It's also providing a valuable signal, which is good, but it's providing quite a lot of buffer on the oil. So the fact that that's now got down to 24,000 shows that we're now using it up quite a bit faster than it's being produced. So that's good. We've now got a flood of red circuits coming down here. That's fine. It's not a problem. They're all being yoked over here. And now we have lots and lots of engine units, and the blue circuits are flowing a bit. The engine units are, despite all the extra engine units we've got coming through here, they're still not making it out onto the other belt. But that's okay. We've got enough to keep these machines all running flat out. So I think that's probably all right. So that means we now have more of the locomotives coming out here. They are flowing down here, and then presumably we are making them into science packs. Oh, we've got... Yes, we now have enough to keep the science makers running scientifically. Let's head over and expand that. And you know what? I'm gonna do this with a green belt from here to there, like a green underground from there to there, which we'll have to wait for, but that's fine. I'm just gonna put in a copy of this, so I'll double the science production rate from what it's theoretically capable of at the moment. Put that in there, and then link these belts like so. If we decide in the future we can do even more, then we can expand it further. But for now, I think doubling is quite enough. We need to then put in an underground pipe there and there for future proofing, but that will be better. Could do with some more of these happy purple modules, but well, maybe they're being brought over. I would hope they're being brought over, so that will give us a bit more science. Right. Do we have the module inserter extended mod? I have no idea, I'm afraid. Yeah, being able to read the pipes directly with a cable would be nice. We're gonna update to 2.1 at some point. What that point is, I wouldn't like to say just yet, because it's going to be once a decent number of the planet mods we're playing with have been upgraded, either by their original authors or possibly by us if we get desperate and impatient. We shall see how it goes. Now we have a plentiful supply of engines. It is now the steel that is being a problem. I think this calls for an upgrade. Like that. There we go. Although that will... Actually, it's not going to help because all the steel's going off this way. So we do have a solid belt of steel coming through, which is nice. However, that solid belt it's just about enough, actually. It is keeping the... It does seem to be keeping this machine at the top mostly satisfied. It's doing fairly well. I could upgrade this entire stretch of belts. It would help, but I don't know if we've got enough steel being produced for that. Spring 2027 is possible. Yeah, I wouldn't like to say for sure. I would certainly like to play through the next space exploration when it finally releases. Yes, it looks like it'll be a lot of fun. Exactly when, I don't want to commit to too much because, well, as Hydrogen is hinting at a little bit, I found that things were a bit too hectic, shall we say. I was really struggling to make 2 videos a week, which is why I've now dropped to the single video per week, and in the hope that that'll make life a bit more manageable, and also that I'll be able to make a few non-Factorio videos as well. So, given that level of commitment, I suspect I'm not entirely sure whether I want to immediately say yes, I will commit to another massive series, because I just don't know what I'm going to have the time for, basically. But yeah, I certainly want to play Space Exploration 0.8 when it comes out, and I'm sure I will. I just don't want to commit to exactly when, should we say. I could put a priority on the steel splitter, but I assume this steel is being used for something else. I suppose I should just check it's not being yoked, because that is certainly possible. There's more steel coming in here, and that is being prioritised from the other side. Then it's going in here to be made into those things. Coming down here, la 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 la. It's right. So it's not being yeeted at the moment. It's being passed through here. Oh, and it's just being passed around to go back in at the other end. Yeah, all right. Let's whack a prioritizer on that steel splitter. Yes, there's no reason to have that going in the other way. Have a priority to the left. There we go. Lovely. And now, hopefully, having that coming through at twice the rate, I'm optimistic that we'll get like 3/4 of the steel coming through this way, and then the other quarter going this way. So there'll still be some of it going that way. Yeah, like that. So there, it's starting to jam up a bit. A little bit is getting through. It might be more like 7/8. It doesn't matter. There is still a little bit of steel getting through. If there's anything, so something like this, these sniper turrets, there will be enough steel coming through here to keep them happy. Then we come along here, we get a bit more steel passed in because we're trashing some rail along here for, oh yes, for the concrete. That's a weird thing to be doing. So we're getting a bit more steel out there. Some of it's being used to make the trash droid captures. And then it's being fed down here. We can dump it if we absolutely have to, but we don't generally have to because it can then be fed off down here. Put into the train, in theory. The train is very, very full. Do with some more of these green inserters, but or the train's chests. No, the train's chests aren't full. It's just these inserters are really slow because they're blue inserters. And then we can put it in the train, take it back to the other end of the bus, and put it back in again. So I think that's fine. Yeah, it's really awkward when a big update happens in the middle of a playthrough, and it's even worse when it's not backwards compatible. So we're still on the old version of Foliax, where we're using things like biochambers for these recipes, even though there's a new version available. We haven't had the brain space and the time to upgrade, and maybe that's something we should have been doing today while we don't have a planet lead. And there are possibly other ones that have updated as well, and then there's the whole 2.1 thing as well. So yeah. Well, I don't know when space exploration 0.8 is planned for. I know I believe they're still working on bringing 0.7 up to completion, and that's the one that's just 0.6 but updated for Factorio 2.0. Too many numbers in here. So once they've got that, I believe once they've got that working, the plan is to then start working on 0.8 a bit more solidly. Since Irondell has left Wooby, I think he's going to have a bit more room for Factorio side projects in his brain. I strongly suspect that working for them on 2.0 and also trying to work on space exploration at the same time would have just been too much of a mind melter even for him. Yes,
he left Wooby?
I believe so. Yes, there was a blog post on his. There's a blog post somewhere about it. It sounded like he left on good terms and all that. So I wonder if he was the guy from that meme or that Twitter post who said, "What the hell? This one of this guy just joined us, fixed this ticket that he'd submitted 10 years ago, and then immediately submitted his resignation." He's just, yes, that meme. But maybe it was that. Maybe he joined Wooby to fix some things to now allow space exploration to do what he wanted, and then resigned. Or maybe he just sort of, maybe they just went their separate ways for other reasons. I don't really know. Oh yes, he said he was working. You're right. He said he was working on another game. He had a number of ideas that he wanted to play with. Yes. 70 plus different data. Oh yes, 70 plus data cards, because there's four of those per science pack, and then there's 4 science packs per type of science, and there's 5 types of science. So that's 20. So it's 80 different types of a data card, I believe, and that's if you're not playing with K2, which adds in another 8. I want to say it's been a little while, but I feel like those numbers are about right. So you're looking at close to 90, and then of course you've got all of the original science packs that you need to make in order to do the basic Norvian type sciences. So you're looking at close to 100 different types of data card if you're playing K2SE.
I went and stole a few sniper turrets from Rubia and
That's
put
what they're
them on
there
a
for.
ship, and it seems to be working pretty nicely. Let
Which
me
ship is it?
bring one here.
Okay.
The Sir
Hello,
Patrick's
JMR.
turret.
This is Factorio Planetary Pioneers. I'll give you a quick tour in a moment, but at the moment we're having a look at Sophia's has put some sniper turrets. These are bullet turrets, but with a longer range. Have you filtered them to different types of rocks? You have mediums and bigs. Okay. It seems like a bit of a waste to use them on mediums, but it's interesting as a sort of a let's see what happens kind of thing.
Well, I think I think it's not needed for the mediums. I just set them to the same as the other turrets.
Okay.
Um,
I guess if you're
and-
removing some of the other turrets in order to replace them, then it's kind of probably a good idea.
Yeah, but also because the front right is the vulnerable part of this ship, right? So
Yes.
I'm thinking, and I think it's really only the small ones maybe that are getting through, or maybe if you kill a big one, a medium might slip through or something and damage something. So
Yeah, so as expected, they are happily one-shotting the medium asteroids, but they are also using an entire magazine to do it. Whereas if we look down at this end, the bullet turrets are quite the normal turrets are quite easily shredding the medium asteroids, and I believe using less ammunition to do it. So as long as you're happy with your ammunition supply, then there's certainly no harm in using the sniper turrets. But they are a little bit overkill.
yeah.
So yeah, I'm yeah, it's fine. He's
I mean,
fine.
and the reason for that location is basically just get a bit more cover in the vulnerable area and get ahead of the asteroids basically if we're going really fast.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, so as you can see, chat, if we look at this, this is a normal turret, that's its range. This is a sniper turret. It's got a slightly longer range. Yeah, so the argument that chat were making earlier is that we are now going to be, so this is the range of this one, we're going to be shooting asteroids even if they're over here, and they're going to completely miss the ship. But, c'est la vie, I don't think that really matters too much. The rest, yeah, they're doing quite well. Yeah, so, where were we? Right, so, yes, Planetary Pioneers. It is Factorio Space Age with about 30 extra planets or so. I think it's about 30. I'm not going to count them on stream right now, but this many. Feel free to take a screenshot and count them if you want to. I'm not going to. And so, yeah, we're working our way steadily through them. We're setting ourselves new... So, because this was just us going out and finding all of the good-looking planet mods and then piling them into one big mod together without really any proper thought as to how they're going to balance together. We've been going through and making little rules here and there as we go. For example, Cubium comes with recipes for making ores functionally out of nothing. He says, trying to find where it's doing that. Somewhere. Oh, here we go. Right, yeah. So these can make iron ore out of cubes and cube jelly. The cubes get recycled, and the cube jelly is made out of just cubes that get recycled as well. So if functionally it can make metals for free. So we've said we're not allowed to use this off Cubium because that would be cheating. There are a few other things like that. I believe the Tiber is going to give us something similar with the Tiberium. We're making appropriate rules as we go along to try and keep the game feeling reasonably balanced and approach the mods in roughly the way the mod authors have intended, so we get the experience. But yeah, it's really good fun. There are so many different planets and so many different clever ideas are scattered across them that it's been great fun just exploring all of these. Someone outside is being really loud. I can hear them through my headphones. Yeah, so we've been really enjoying them. They all have weird and novel things, like Cubium with its cube catalyst recipes, Igris with its magic crystals, Castra with its tank-based enemies, Pelagos with its coconut and alcohol-based economy, and so on and so on. So there's lots and lots of interesting planets. It's been really good. If you fancy an absolutely enormous Factorio playthrough, just going through and trying lots and lots of different planet mods, I think it's a good way to do it. I agree, Saracen. Yes, I would say there are indeed at least 7 planets. You're quite right. Yes, mate, you could be right. It might be he sort of joined in not as a consultant or as a temp necessarily, but to go along and help with Space Age, because he had obviously a lot of experience with making Factorio and Space and then just sort of squishing the two of them together. So that kind of makes sense. And as you say, yes, there's yeah, but maybe their new game was less. The new game they're planning was, or the new stuff both sides were planning were not so interesting to each other, so they parted ways. As I say, it sounds like it was amicable, and I think it makes a lot of sense to guess that he probably went in with the intention of helping with Space Age and then leaving to develop other Factorio stuff afterwards. Right, so this brings us back to the what are we doing now stage. So Tristan has sent the Crapton out to go and get stuff for
eating
purposes. I think something is about to land. I don't know what it is.
Yep.
Here it is. Oh, it's some agricultural science packs. So those can land here. We've got agricultural science set there. Perfect. So that. Oh no, it's just changed away. It's now Tiberium barrels, and other thing. Oh, and nope. And can we have our agricultural science packs, please? So this is being selected randomly from the list of things we would like to yeet. So as long as these packs don't go off, we will eventually start doing some chucking.
Got plenty of time on that. Oh, they'll bring down some lumber then.
That's good. Well, I mean, we need all of these things. So Rubia has this interesting thing. Rather than doing any sort of, well, you do some normalish research science packs. So there we go. It's yeeting them out. So these are just getting chucked out, where they basically get lobbed out into the sky. And because Rubia is a really, really windy planet, they just get blown away, never to be seen again. But somehow that counts as science. So if we take a look in here, we can probably find that appropriate Rubian research. I have no idea where the Rubian researches are. Oh, it's this one.
Click the belt thing or the pink boot, and then click up one.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I found it. So we need to craft. Oh, we need to craft 5,000 of Yeet Agricultural Science Pack, and there you go. You can see there we've done a few. The green bar has started to grow a little bit. We've not done very many yet, apparently, but you know we're getting started with that. Can I suggest? Oh, that's going a lot faster. Can I suggest having lots more inserters so they'll pass over several handfuls at a time? Have them all linked to the same signal. Oh, that's so much better with it like now, I feel.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it'll feel about requesting them from the spaceship. But for dealing with the agricultural ones, I think it's worth doing this. And then, actually...
No, I mean, if you do that, and then link them to there, like that, we can now... Oh, hell, no, sorry. There we go. Now, they'll pass over 3 handfuls each time it flicks to that particular thing.
Yeah, but none of them are measuring.
Oh, sorry. I copy and pasted the settings.
Yes, but you didn't connect all.
Oh, there was a red wire as well. Sorry. Oh well, we'll lose a few. Sorry, yeah, I went in and edited it without checking, without understanding how it worked properly first. Apologies. Impressively, these things do get rid of stuff really, really quickly. I wonder if we can put these on other planets for just getting rid of junk we don't want. We don't need them on Vulcanus, but other places there are a few things where we're using burner towers or something like that in order to get rid of stuff, and it's not. They're not
only
quite
buildable
good.
on certain places.
Oh yeah, only buildable on Shattered Planet, Rubia, Keris, and on space platforms. We don't need them on space platforms. You can just chuck stuff over the side. Okay. Oh well.
Not from the middle of the platform.
True. So yeah, you could yeet from the middle of the platform. An MMO style factory game is an interesting concept. I wouldn't like to say. I don't remember hearing that rumor.
Do we have any more tasks on Rubia, or should I focus on the tasks Mark had on Novice?
I think
Novice.
we're ready to focus on other planets now. Although there does seem to be a bit of a shortage of red ammo coming through here. It's all being it's being fed in from a couple of places, but we don't seem to have all that much of it. I think I might need to expand the red ammo production. So there's some being fed up here. There's a load of yellow being fed around the top, which is being used for things other than shooting, which is a weird idea with ammo, but fine. We seem to have enough of that, though. This is okay. So we need more red ammo. So that means either putting in more of this system, we could put more modules of these, and we could tuck them behind these turrets. It's going to be a lot easier than previous versions of it. I could put in a copy of it over here, for example. Bring over some of this Kubrick scrap, and then, well, just have a copy of this, essentially. And squeeze it in here. Or, alternatively, there's no reason now why we can't do it over here, because we've got ammunition available. We don't need to hide behind it in quite the same way. I could run another system off here and have ammunition fed in from there down this way and protect it thoroughly. Because I say we need more because I'm noticing that a lot of these turrets over here have run out, and I'm worried that we're going to get our station smashed at some point. So yes, let's go with that. Let's start with this Kubrick scrap point over here, and I'm going to nick some of the ammo. So I'm going to make things worse before I make them better. But that's okay. That's how progress works, right? So we're going to bring out a. I'm going to go. What's been wrecked? Yeah. So Rabaska is having. No, we're not on Rabaska.
Rubia.
Rabaska's Route 5.
19.
Rubia. Yes, the station has taken a hit. So that's what I want to try and avoid. So, or what I'm trying to fix. So over here, I would like to have a row of turrets to start with, basically like this. I would like them to be about here. So I've got plenty of room, and I'm protecting that patch. We then need to run this in. So this will come down from. Here, therefore I need to remove these and then put in, but I'm going to get over there myself rather than being lazy and trying to do it remotely by bot, because it'll all go horribly wrong if I don't, because we'll end up with a gap in the turret in the ammo belt, and therefore we'll end up with shortages of existence. Right, so you come from here. Right, we're going to use yellow underground here because they're basically free. There we go. So that's going to get the ammo through. We can use yellow underground there as well because I don't need the ammunition to come through at lightning speed. Oh, I do need power for all this stuff. Okay, so we'll put in some pylons here and here.
There is a job to be done on Rubia now.
Is it
make
fix the station?
biofusion plant back.
Okay, I thought it was going to say it's repair the station. Right, so now these are currently a little bit vulnerable because if one of these rocks lands on them, it will destroy them, and they don't have any ammo yet. Now, at the moment, I have now just made the problem worse rather than better, but, you know, making things worse is the first stage towards making them better. And if I just stand here, then I can keep them protected, and that'll be all will be well, or all will be reasonably well. Also going to need that and to power it. What's your coverage? Why is the coverage not being displayed? I thought we had a mod to do that. Strange. Also, why is that not getting... Why do we not have... Oh, one of my pylons got wrecked. That's why. Because I need more of these guys up here to keep the place safe. Like that, and like that. Could everything please stop getting destroyed? Is it just the... Yeah, it's everything getting wrecked down at the station end. Right, do I have any ammunition I can throw into these turrets? I do. Are there any turrets left that can help use it? Yes. Right, so that should keep things a little bit safer for a little while and allow the bots to do some repair work. Where was I? Do we have roboports? Are they a thing that that are being built? Ah, right, so that goes...
25% faster.
Sorry?
We're now 25% faster.
Oh, I see. Because of new boots. Gotcha.
We have a +2 to our range. Our reach.
Oh, are we not making pylons? Apparently not. Are we making anything on this darn planet? Now what's been... Oh, Rector lost another... Grr. What have I run out of for these? Steel. I need to steal some of that. Right, make me a bajillion power poles, because this is ridiculous. Right, there we kind of go. I'll run out of inserters as well. This is ridiculous. This is the problem with Rubia. It's difficult to build when you're being constantly bombarded. Can I make a roboport? Probably not, but I feel like I should check, and then I can find out what I actually need to go and get. Why can I not see roboports in here? They must be there somewhere. There's the... Oh, there they are. There it is. Steel and iron and red circuits. Right, okay. Well, fine. And also some more inserters. So inserters, I think we have a supply of here, like that. So take some of those. Then I need more steel. Like this. Yum. And then I needed red circuits. And I needed more iron gears. And the iron gears are being made for other stuff along here. So I'm going to grab a load of those. Then I can make a couple of roboports. Right, good. So fix that. I also need to make some repair packs by the looks of it. That's in here. Okay, well, we're trying to make the roboports. Sure, build the wrong one first. Why not? Alright, there we go. There's roboport coverage. That's a good start. Ah, and now bots are coming in to do the repair work. Excellent. Right, so things are now looking a little bit up. Looking slightly up. So I now want to come in over here. I want to go... Okay, I need mining drills on the patch. That's easy. We'll just put those in like this. It says it's easy and then immediately misaligned one. Except I can't because of the wind on Rubia. So for anyone who wasn't around the last couple of weeks and is wondering why I had that problem, on Rubia, the wind ensures that stuff can only go from left to right. It is really, really windy on this planet. So we have all kinds of problems with stuff trying to travel in the wrong way. Right, so we've got that now. And then we were going to need a quantity of goo to be produced. That's this stuff. So we'll have some of that.
Mark, could I borrow you in a side channel?
Sure.
And I can then put this in over here like this. If I flip this over like that, then we can feed that into there and have a mixed belt of the two things coming out here. Okay, lovely. I do need to get the goo into here though, so that's going to require some underground pipes. That's fine. I'm just sort of sketching it into place at the moment. And then, okay, then I need this in order to create the actual ammunition. So I put that there. Put that there, I think, and then I'm going to split this belt, have that run upwards. There we go. So that's going to work for all of these, and then I can potentially have this come around and feed some more elsewhere. Why are we still getting stuff destroyed? Have we run out of ammunition over there already? We have. Oh no. Then this one is the ammo belt, so let's feed this back up here. And then through here again in the same way as before. And we'll use yellow undergrounds because they're cheap. So we'll do that and that. And then... Oh, no, this is probably going to... Oh, no, undo all of that. Let's instead take that out, put underground there to there. Remove that, remove that. Then we go under that, and then just feed this in on the side there. Side load it, that's fine. Bit of belt in there, and then that's nearly everything except for the sludge, which is this stuff. We need to bring that in. Do I have anything in my inventory that can help here? Not really. If everything could stop getting wrecked, I would really appreciate it.
Do you need help there? You want my character to stand somewhere, you know, just to shoot stuff down?
Probably. I don't know if it would really help. I'm not sure that. I'm not. I think I just need to get this all constructed, and then it'll probably be okay. I don't seem to have any power in here for some reason. That was obviously not in whatever I copy pasted. So let's do that and that and that and that. Some of this is sort of familiar. I should know what I'm doing for it, and it's sort of come together now. I think. Right, there we go. So now, yeah, now I just need the sludge coming in here. So let's do that. I'm not going to have enough underground pipes for this, am I? No. Where is the sludge? There it is up there. Oh good, there's a radar right in exactly the wrong place. Alright, let's remove that then. Go up here instead. Go there, then that can go to there, and run a bit of pipe across the top to link them up, and here like that. Right, once that gets built, we should start producing ammunition, and then hopefully that will. Well, it's not going to solve all our problems. It's going to be a big improvement, and then I can go in and put in some more. Right, there we go. There's the sludge. Sludge is coming all the way down here. Right, there we go. That's the bacteria. Bacteria comes around here and then goes to these machines, which will then start turning it into ammunition. We can yeet all the rail that's being produced because we don't need that. And then we can start making ammo. That's lovely.
Laurence, could you stop the beeping, please?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
I think I'm basically there, actually. I've made more ammunition anyway. I'm just now feeding that up to the main factory. There we go. Right, so now we've got both sides of the belt sort of full. I will try and make another red underground. I will go and claim some more cogs and then make some more red undergrounds. It is a weird place to build this because everywhere is so much more dangerous than it normally would be. Just because of the sheer amount because of all the rocks falling from the sky, basically, and that makes it rather difficult. But now there's more. Now there's a lot more ammunition being pumped in here. Hopefully that will mean eventually that extra ammunition will make it down to the end of the belt, but we've got a lot of turrets that need to be filled up at the moment, and they're really struggling. And I've used up all the stuff I randomly picked up, and I could do this, I suppose. Spread it between all of these turrets like that. I could steal all the Sapphire's ammunition, do the same along here, like that. There we go. And also that'll help a little bit as well because it'll stop them claiming red ammo as it comes through, at least until they actually need it. So we should. That will hopefully stop the beeping, at least for until the turrets all start to run out of ammunition again, which is happening already because Rubia is a difficult place to defend. You get through a lot of ammunition, which is why, once again, over here trying to make more and more and more of it. So, let's prioritise to the left like that. Oh, for goodness sake, stop wrecking stuff. I think I need more turrets. So, let's put in another row of turrets here. And we will load those with long inserters. I'll give them power in a minute, I haven't forgotten. Nothing like a panicky build, is there? Alright, so okay, that can defend all of this area a little bit better. Right, now that I've done that, the reason I was sort of faffing around with it a bit like that is I want to then take a copy of this. Because no, I don't. I want to take a copy of this bit first. And put it here. And then I can have another one of these on its output, like this. And there's going to be enough of this coming around from here, I think. I can do this. I can do that. And can't quite do this. I'm going to need to filter out any of the bacteria stuff. So I'll need a splitter. Well, splitter, that guy. Splitter goes here, and we want to take out the blue bacteria. What is that? Junkibacter? Yeah, Junkibacter. Out to the left, and then these. Where'd that come from? Then these can be fed straight up here onto there, and then through there like that. Except that needs to be a splitter as well, like so. And we can basically do this, repeat the same sort of thing again. Priority to the left. I need to get the goop into here as well. That's the other thing. And do that and that. There we go. And honestly, this belt can go... I should have put all of this one square lower. Under there and... join onto there, I suppose. And we're going to need power to pass through the middle of here, like that. Yay, I've made the pipe too long. Just what I want. That's lovely. Great. I've got a pump conveniently, so we'll put one of that in here. And that goes there. And yes, you're going to need power, so do that. Okay, so... there we go. I think that's now going to double the increase I've managed. So if I can bring this out over here like that. And then bring it... can't bring it... oh... can't bring it over here and join it onto this belt because Rubia won't let you run belts in that direction. So this is going to have to... well, actually, I guess I run this one over here like that, although not yet. Not until I'm ready. And that goes there. Then we can put in another merger here. Because I don't think I'm... no, we can't. We can put in another merging thing here like that. Like that, that one. And then bring this up here. Punch through here like this in the same sort of way we've done over there. But you know what? I'm going to stick with red here because I might have more more flowing than I did before. So we'll just do that. Send it straight up there. And I will also put in a splitter like that and a belt like that to get it onto both sides of the belt there. And prioritize it on the left. Put it on the left side there. So hopefully a bit more. Yeah, now this will get me a bit more throughput of ammunition. I can get rid of this belt at some point, and it should allow things to run a little bit more nicely. And we've got lots and lots of turrets as well to keep the whole area safe. I can also then, therefore, pull up this and place that instead. And then all the rail can come around here. We only need one crapper bolt, I think, to get rid of it all, I hope. We'll find out. This is not working because there's a missing pylon. Fix that. This is not working because, oh yes, because I need to link that to there. I'm going to go and get some red belts because running out of them all the time is infuriating and makes it very hard to build anything. But there we go. Now that's all of the input resources required for the ammunition, so we can now start making it. It'll go straight into these turrets first, but that's fine because we need to deal with the we need to keep this area safe. So I'm happy for the turrets to be doing the work at this point. Right, so that's now been linked in up there. Excellent. So let's flick that over that way, and then I can pull this belt out. Up here, though, yeah, I still need more turrets on the. Still need more turrets on that belt, on the belt up here. We've got a couple along here, keeping that safe. That's good. But we're going to also need a couple down here, keeping this one safe. Otherwise, we're just going to get unfortunateness is happening along there. So that's going to need some power. Like that. And of course, I've run out of pylons. No, 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 not those ones. Don't build those ones. Build those ones. And place. There we go. Right. Okay, so the theory is that has now dramatically increased the amount of ammunition we're making. At this stage, I could potentially extend both this part and this part downwards, have more and more and more of it, with more and more and more turrets to keep them safe, because there is a huge surplus of the ore coming out. But let's sort of try and eyeball how this extra ammunition is doing. So we've got lots of it coming along. Wow, we are only just got enough coming along the belt here in order to keep these guns loaded. But then we've got like half a belt flowing in here. Should probably put this into the back of a splitter, really. just to get both sides of it flowing along. We get a lot more flowing through. However, how is it doing? If we look all the way down here, we've got a load on the top side of the belt somehow. Where's that coming? That must be coming from another feed. A noble feed. Things do seem to be okay. There is now ammunition starting to back up at the far end of the belt. So I think we now have a healthy supply. What I would like to do something about... Yeah, so we're not only using one side of this at the moment. So what I would like to do is pull that out and that. I want to merge these with a splitter, but I'm not sure that's realistic because we're merging with a splitter here as well. I guess I can take that out and then lose that turret, put that there, and then run that one in there, put another splitter there. So the idea is we want to use that one first, then we probably want to use that one. No, then we definitely want to use that one. I could have put this here, I suppose. I don't think it matters. This means that we'll be using the ammunition that comes down from here first. Then we'll be using the ammunition that comes along here from the first supplying area. Low bioflux at biter spawners. And then this one down here. And there is now a good, healthy amount flowing through. So, feel like we might be okay?
Yeah, train just arrived.
Okay, good. Yeah, so here we go. We've got down here, we've got one side of the belt is very, very full. The other side of the belt is
Picking up.
Oh, it's picking up.
And we have an alert happening over here because we are running low on bioflux. How much is there over here?
No.
Oh, the train is being loaded up with bioflux as we watch. So it's kind of on its way.
Oh yeah, there. Okay.
Gleber Exports is stopped at Norvis at the moment.
And has some on it.
So it's presumably just arrived and unloaded some.
I have changed the alert to only alert if it's less than 100 bioflux now, instead of 200. So we'll see if it triggers again.
Okay.
Because it all seems to be working, but it might be a bit sensitive on when it triggers.
Yep.
So
That's
we'll
what we saw last stream as well. Tristan, you here?
Yep.
Side channel, please.
Right.
Right, so I'd say that is now enough ammunition, which is, I feel is, I'll give them what this planet is like. That kind of feels like an achievement. So yeah, these two banks here are sufficient. If I wanted more, then I could have probably further bioprocessing down here, making the bacteria, and then just more of all of this, carrying on down as far as required in order to get enough ammunition being made. But we've got to a point where we seem to have enough ammunition, so I'm cautiously optimistic. I think it's probably all right. I wonder how the yeeting is going on. I don't even know how to tell. We can go in here and we can find a research like that one, then we can click on the Biofusion Science. Oh, here we go. Somewhere up here. I don't really know what I'm looking for at this point, but there are definitely researches that we can. No, it's not you. Definitely research. Like there's that one, the Biofusion Science Pack. That's what we're working towards at the moment with the agricultural science packs that you saw us eating earlier. Then there's this one, the barrels of lube, to allow us to make lube on this planet. And then goodness knows what else. There's all kinds of all this nonsense down here. Ligma charm. Okay, I don't think we. I don't know. Well, maybe we do. Maybe we do want that. I don't know. We'll see. Kryptonite sunglasses. Okay. I wonder if that's going to be remotely useful. I don't know. We need to eat raw diamond for that, and we don't have raw diamonds yet. Carbon fiber kryptonite satchel. Is that a... Oh, it gives you more logistics trash slots. Okay, that's kind of funny. And we've got that one now, because we've yeeted a load of carbon fiber. Nice. Grappling hook. What does that get us? Oh, we get a grappling hook. Excellent. Gauntlets, which get us... What does that do? What does that mean? Oh, character crafting speed, because we've got some platinum gauntlets. Nice. That one we can't get, that one we can't get. Energy plug. makes you move a bit faster, and increases your bunny hop drive. Nice. That's why it's a carrot, obviously. Obviously a carrot. This allows us to reach a bit further, which is irrelevant because we have long reach. Okay. Holmium boots make us move a bit, again, even quicker. And the meteorite belt buckle, again, move quicker and also improve. Oh, reduce energy consumption of crushers and increase speed of crushers. That's quite nice. So yeah, there's some useful stuff coming from this planet. We just need to bring in all kinds of silly nonsense and then throw it at the sky. So good. Yeah, another kind of city builder or strategy game would make a certain amount of sense. I see the logic there. Currently unavailable. Is Biofusion Science actually unavailable, or is it just that we haven't unlocked it? Biofusion Science Packs. We've got that one, so we need to make that now. I guess because we've yeeted enough of them now, so we've got that. So we need to make Biofusion Science Packs, which is iron bacteria, biter egg, and brown froth. Okay, and also gets us the. We can propagate Gleba bacteria on other surfaces. Nice. So I guess we need to bring over a quantity of iron bacteria to this planet and then start propagating it here. Biter eggs, are we going to have to ship those over? Or are we going to ship all of this? No, this has to be crafted on Rubia, so we can't ship useful stuff over to Norvis where we have biter eggs. So we're going to need to get iron bacteria over here and start cultivating it. We're going to need to bring biter eggs over because I don't think we can do it any other way. So that's going to be fun. And the brown froth we already have. Okay, I think that's a thing that we're going to wait until the actual planet lead is here. And that means Mike, so we're not going to do that for a little while. It is rather nice to see that we now have a surplus of ammunition over here. It's less nice to notice that as I run along here, picking stuff up, it misses some of it because I'm moving so quickly. But I should be used to that by now. Alright, okay, so we do even have a little bit building up on a buffer from here. In fact, you know what might be a good idea? Let's put that there and input priority from the right and then replace that with a belt. So now we are using the stuff coming down here that we need to dispose of because we need the rails for other stuff. We're using that first. Then we're using the ammo brought up from here, and then we're using the ammo brought in from the other ammunition production area with the intention, the deliberate intention of causing this to back up on the belt a bit to ensure that we always have plenty of ammunition for all of these turrets, even if we have hiccups or anything like that. So I think that's probably quite good. It's intended to be able to get iron bacteria onto Rubia without mods. True, because yeah, we could get it over really easily using the bunny hop drive, but that's potentially slightly cheating. Now, how do you make iron bacteria? Let's have a look. Iron bacteria... No, that's fermentation bacteria. Iron bacteria comes from jelly... Right. Right, so we can turn jelly into iron bacteria and spoilage. But that's only on Gleba. No, we've unlocked... Hang on, we're supposed to have unlocked the iron bacteria. Oh, it's just iron bacteria cultivation that's no longer surface locked. And that's done by iron bacteria and bioflux, neither of which we have on this planet. So we can't really do that. Even though we've unlocked it, unless we bring bioflux over, which is a thing we can potentially do, and I suspect we'll have to. But getting our first initial iron bacteria is going to be interesting. So we can do that with that's done on Gleba, but there are alternative recipes. We could put it in a cargo crate, but I assume that's going to still spoils, and we're not going to be able to get it over here in a minute. It's gathered from iron stromatolites. We can recycle. I don't see any other way to make this. So you have the making it from jelly on as you do on Gleba. Oh, can a dry ice recipe preserve iron bacteria? I didn't think it could. Making bioflux in orbit won't help. Lupin Snoop says it's intended to be able to get iron bacteria onto Rubia without mods. Oh, using iron bacteria cultivation in space. You keep it alive by cultivating it as you bring it over, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so you launch some iron bacteria, some nice fresh iron bacteria up with 1 minute spoil time, and then start it churning in a biochamber on a spaceship. Then you get it over here, you drop it down, immediately put it into another biochamber, and just try desperately to keep it alive. Or maybe more likely, you have on your ship that's traveling back and forth with the bioflux, you have a system that is just making sure it's kept alive. You've always got some on that ship, so you can drop it down if you need to. Either way, that's an interesting and complicated enough thing that I feel I should leave it for Mike to at least decide exactly how he wants to do it. Some of these things are fairly obviously good things, like making sure the factory has enough ammunition. So I don't think he'll be too upset by me having done this. Although I don't know if he'd put it here, but that's not my problem. I think at this point I should probably stop doing things on Rubia for a few minutes. I'm going to have a look round at my planets because this is something I try and remember to do
the Rubia
every so often.
train isn't running, Laurence?
Where is the Rubia train?
Oh,
there it
the
is.
train station is missing.
Is it actually? Oh, is it actually missing, or is
Yep.
it something got wrecked?
It's
and there isn't a replacement available.
Yeah.
Presumably. Right. Okay. All right. I shall pocket craft a new station. Need.
I might have one at hand. Give me a second. Yeah, I have a few. I'll
okay.
go over there. Yep.
Train? Here, train. There it goes. There's the train. Which Superman film was it where he's racing a train? I seem to be exactly the same speed as this one, which is quite entertaining. I feel like the steel was not being loaded quickly enough, and now I've upgraded everything except the steel. Never mind. It probably doesn't really matter. Right, where was I? Oh yes, I was going to go and look at my planet. So we'll start off with Lignumis. That was where we... Jeez, that's a bright colour palette after looking at Rubia for a while. My eyes. Okay, so yes, we seem to have... There is a supply of steam science coming through here. It's getting loaded into boxes, loaded into the rockets, ready to go up to spaceships. That seems probably fine. We've got plenty of stuff to make the rockets out of. That rocket is launching. Lovely. Over here we have a supply of barrels. The belt is not jammed up, so that's okay too. I don't even know what this one's for. Probably spare. So yeah, things seem to be working over here. Good. Cubium. Yes, we have cubes, we have other cubes, and we have barrels of dreams, and we have all the bits needed to make spaceships. Lovely. That seems to be fine. That's nice and easy. Okay, Mitchell, well, thanks for dropping by. Good to have you around. Yeah, laser turrets for Rubia is certainly a possibility, but the sniper turrets are doing really well. I don't necessarily believe in massively concreting over planets. That's a Mark thing most of the time. What was my other planet?
Can confirm. Laurence, you might want to have a look at Lignumis and the pollution cloud there.
Oh, is the pollution cloud getting polluted? Oh, it's getting a bit noisy. Yeah, so these guys are presumably getting a little bit excitable and coming over, and we got... yeah, we've got 44 kills over here. Okay, so some of the noise is escaping. It's doing pretty well most of the way around, but over here on the left-hand side,
the
rockets
laser
are really,
turrets
really
have a
loud.
few thousand kills.
Oh, okay, the one I looked at had 44, which is a lot less than a few thousand, but I must have been looking at the wrong one. So, let's just extend the wall, because on
Is it worth
Lignumis...
looking into the noise cancelling?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, probably. All right, let's have a look at that as well. So Lignumis has, as well as being able to use walls that absorb the pollution really, really effectively, and because they're good at sound deadening. It also has a noise, a mechanic for active noise cancellation. Is it this guy? It is this guy, active noise cancelling tower. So that is minus 1,000 noise per minute and a rocket silo when it runs is 148,000 per minute. These numbers, hang on, 148,000 per minute. This removes 1,000 per minute. I'm not sure this is realistic.
I mean, the question is that 1 by 1 because it's a loudspeaker, or is it like a bigger thing?
But also, there's pollution moving from chunk to chunk.
Yeah.
Drop punch.
So pollution doing what today?
Whereas pollution moves from one chunk to the next chunk,
Yeah,
it doesn't entirely move across.
true.
Only part of it does.
True. So maybe putting some noise cancelling towers along the back of the back wall of the factory, the wall of the factory would help. I'll stick them in front of
putting
in
them
front of the...
right. Trying to noise cancel right by the turrets right by the silos isn't going to work. But trying to noise cancel some distance away is more practical.
Yes. So let's put these in. Like that. Right, so at the moment, the pollution is still poking out fairly badly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chunks beyond the wall. So now I need to work out how to make the noise cancellation towers. They take gold plate, gold cable, processing unit, and LDS. So gold plate, gold cable, well, gold cable is made from gold plate, processing units, and LDS are here. I kind of feel like I could put a machine in here, and with suitable long inserters and stuff. Yeah, if I put one of these. Why is that like? Why are you like this? Yeah. Right, so if I do that, then put one of these in here. Tell it that's really loud. Sorry everyone, that's a rocket taking off. They're kind of noisy. Active noise cancellation. No, there's no gold plates over here. Perhaps. Right, and then let's move this.
Short way to the east.
Sorry? Yeah, I'll
Short way
bring
to the
it.
east.
Yeah, I'll bring it over. That's fine. We can do that. So that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Then I can load the cables in like that. I can load the what's the names in like that. What else was it? Blue circuits. Blue circuits go in like that. Power to all of this stuff goes here. And then yes, I need to bring these over as well. Part of me wants to just put them on the other side of the LDS belt, which would be entirely possible and basically harmless, but also really, really naughty and kind of gross. So is that it? Yeah. The only other thing I need is the gold plate, and somewhere where they come out as well. I think I'm going to move that to here. Because then I can put that there and a red chest for it to dump into. Like that. Now it is genuinely just the gold, but I've not really built this in a way where I can do that. Okay, I am indeed going to do the dirty thing I mentioned. Low density structures go out to the left, and then red. So put in a red splitter here, and yeah, fine. Yellow belt will do. You're supposed to be going up there. Okay, so there's my gold. If we can have a red chest over here, that would help quite a lot. But apparently we don't have any. Lignumis does not have any. Yeah, okay, I know about the lack of noise cancelling towers. The lack of red chest is a little bit annoying. I may have to steal the lime at some point to bring it over to bring some chests. Let's see if we can put a yellow one down. That will do to an extent as well. And filter it to noise towers. And there we go, we've got that. Right. And then we want you to connect to the logistics network and enable whenever noise cancelling towers is less than 50. Right, so after some shenaniganery, this is now making those noise cancelling towers. It's doing it very, very slowly because it is a steam assembling machine, and the reason I've used a steam assembling machine is because all of these ones, I believe this recipe has to be done in a steam assembler or in an EM plant, and we haven't upgraded to EM plants yet. So these have to be steam assemblers, which means there has to be a steam pipe here. Now I'm pretty sure I could have made this at one of these assemblers and then had this pipe go from there to here, or at least have it go underneath again. But I absolutely could. Let's do that, because this is ridiculously slow. So do that and that and that and that, and then turn this into one of these. There we go. So the steam can still
Mark,
get through
can I borrow
underneath
you
there.
an offside channel?
Yep, I did need to recollect plastic bars. You're quite right. And then this will run a bit faster, making a noise cancellation tower. It takes 20 seconds at the best of times. Apparently it requires some ethanol to do so, which is interesting. I'm not quite sure which recipe the game has decided requires ethanol here, but apparently it does. So yeah, we can make those, and so far we've made none. But once we do, we can start shipping them over here, and we'll get some... oh, we've got some... There's one there, actually. One has been placed. That must have been made by the steam assembler. And is that a second one in there? No, I think it's just a ghost. It's a slightly different shade of blue. Probably because that's the one that's about to be placed. Yes, there we go. We've got two of them now. So far, very little difference, I'd say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, still the pollution is still sticking out the same distance. However, I've not really given them a chance yet. I think ideally, I'd like to do this and just link them all the way from there to there, and then pylon all the way up there as well, so they actually work. Something like that, basically. And then once we get all of these in, we'll come back and see how it's helped, see whether it's helped. Okay, so that was Lignumis. My other recent planet was Rabaska, and I believe Rabaska is kind of idle at this point. There's not really anything going on here. It does sometimes it'll make stuff over here. So sometimes we'll make ears buildings over here. Sometimes we'll put stuff into the magic crystal teleportation network. All that's fine. Sometimes, what else goes on around here? Not really a lot. We're basically just piping stuff through in order to keep the factory idling safely and keep the turbofish alive. Because we can then make lots and lots of these protein shakes, which we can use to make the yellow cards, which keep the factory alive. Yeah, things seem to be basically okay here. It's just there is an unfortunate tendency to have a little bit of churn going on this factory, because because lots of the things it deals with goes off. Like these purple rocks, for example, they go off. The fish will go off, so we just need to keep it ticking over in order to keep everything alive.
Efficiency 4 modules reduce speed slightly.
Huh. Interesting.
-2%. Feels mean.
Does quality boost the effectiveness of noise cancelling towers? Probably. No. Oh yes, it does. They run faster and therefore use up noise faster, I guess. So yes, probably. Although no, I don't think it does, because I'm pretty sure pollution is produced at a steady rate. So having the crafting speed increase, I don't think is going to change the amount of pollution created. So no, it doesn't look like quality is going to help there at all, unfortunately. Don't know why they're pinging there. They're off talking in another channel, which is I was going to say is very rude. No, it's because I don't stop talking, so they have to go off to other channels in order to be able to have a conversation with each other without me talking over them all the time, which is fair enough. I do try to keep talking pretty much all the time in order to keep the stream interesting. Right, so my planets seem to be okay. The next thing to check is Norvis with the pollution turned off, hopefully. Is Norvis down here. These numbers should all be roughly 40, unless they've got a good excuse. So Steam Science is 38, which is roughly 40. That just means there's been a ship has left to go and get some more, and we've used a couple of thousand since then. This one is 40. This one's only 4, but that's because it's a high quality science, so the rules are a little bit different for that, so we don't care about that one. 40. We don't have any of the... well, okay, we have 400 of the Rubian science packs over currently. I don't think we really care very much about that because we're not trying to use them for anything yet. And
He
everything
says
else...
as we're actively doing a Rubia research.
Oh yes, we actually actively are using them at the moment. Interestingly, we are doing research quite slowly, which makes me think only one of our labs is in use, which also makes me wonder if you transported them over there manually, if a train's gone over, but there haven't been enough, it would just take them to one science area, wouldn't it? All right, so we now have another type of wall. This is the Kryptonite wall. So we've got the normal concrete wall. Now it's got a strength of.
It blocks trash droids.
Oh, okay, that's quite nice. This one consumes 40. How much noise does it consume? 80. So it's better. So it's twice as good as a normal wall for that. Oh no, that's a Kryptonite wall. So what's this one then? That's the carbon fiber wall. Okay, the carbon fiber wall from Gleba, for Castra, is going to be the best one to use on Lignumis because it absorbs twice as much noise as the normal walls.
If you take a peek at the tips and tricks for the Kryptonite wall, there's a nice little animation to show how it works.
Bonk. Do they then just presume they just land on the floor like that? That is a ridiculous animation, but okay. Okay, so that seems quite useful because we could then, in theory, just put that wherever we've got turrets at the moment, and it just catches them, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, that seems pretty good.
No need for all the ammo.
Yeah, that would save us a lot of ammunition. We do need a little bit of we do need a little bit of shooting the trash droids down in order to capture their Kryptonite, though. So at the moment we have these what they call Garbo grabbers all the way up along the middle of the factory. However, they don't have that long a range, so we could put in Kryptonite walls covering anywhere that isn't Garbo grabbing. And that would make an enormous difference to how easy it is to keep all of these things safe. And yes, would be a massive reduction in the amount of ammunition we're churning through as well. We would have to put them in basically as often as we put gun turrets in order to catch the trash droids. And they presumably need a bit of space to their left in order to allow the trash droids to crash without damaging anything. Yeah, so trash. Yeah, I was thinking. So we'd need to put in a wall and like this. We could put in a wall like this, and then they'd hit it and they crash here. We couldn't put in a wall here because then they'd hit it and then they'd land on these belts and wreck them. So
Why
yeah,
so far from the belt?
just in case of splash damage. I don't think that. I feel like there probably wouldn't be, but I'm also paranoid.
That's worth testing rather than just
True.
adding space in case it's a thing.
Fair. We need to make. So how do we make these Kryptonite walls? That's the next question. It is iron sticks, concrete, and Kryptonite frames, and I think we have plenty of all of those things. Yeah, so we've got the concrete here, we've got the Kryptonite frames down here. I don't see any iron at the moment, but I know we're making it. It just must have not made it this far down the belt. I know we're making iron. Here we go. Here's the iron. It just doesn't make it. Oh, where's that going? Oh, it's down here. It does Oh, it makes it this far down the belt, and then I lost track of it. So, yeah, I guess we can make some kryptonite walls easily enough. Do you think that's worth doing? I think it probably is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was in a side channel earlier. Did you make the loudspeaker noise cancelling things?
Yes, they're being made fairly slowly though, so I've set it running, and I'm going to go back and investigate when I remember.
Okay. Cool.
I should put that on,
It appears
on
to
the.
have cut away the noise already.
I should put it on the planet dock because it's my planet and a thing I've done, so nobody else is going to do it for me.
The noise is already gone, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'll come and have a look in
notably.
a second. Noise cancelling. Noise cancellation. Right, let's go and have a look at Lignumis then, shall we? Yes, all the noise is gone. All right, let's turn the display back on again. Wow, actually, that's been surprisingly effective. I guess I did put in like a bajillion of them. Actually, no, I haven't. There's only a few of them in so far.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, they're really effective.
Well, no, the problem is you put another layer of wall and a bunch of noise.
No, I put the other layers of wall in, and when I had, it was still getting out 4.5 chunks past the wall.
How fast does that?
It updates very quickly on this planet.
It's very quickly, yeah.
Yeah, Lignumis, it updates almost instantly because it's not. It's sound. Sound travels really
I'd
quickly.
say remove the walls for a test. Shall we do
Okay.
it?
Yeah. And if it does start escaping again, then we can just wait till the noise cancellation gets actually placed. But no, that still seems to be fine.
Yep.
Yeah, these things are really good. That's interesting, given that, I know the sound spreads out in all directions, but we've got, or maybe do rocket silos, is there a chance that rocket silos only make noise when, it's only when they're doing things that they make noise, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
So the interesting thing to see will be what happens when the
next launches.
Next launches happen, which is which ship? It's the Maluna transport, which is currently sitting at Norvis, and is very, very. Oh no, it's not very full of steam science packs. I'm going to drop some extra ones down onto Norvis, and then in order to dispatch it, so we can find out what happens. Right, off it goes to Lignumis, and it's not very far to Lignumis at all, so I better switch. Oh, actually, this is a really slow ship because it's only got 2 normal engines on the back of it, so it'll take a little while to get there, but it will get there eventually. So we go back to Lignumis, and we will see the rockets start to launch any moment now. In fact, I suspect it's not the rockets launching that creates the sound. It's probably the rockets It's probably the rockets building the silos, building the next rockets. But there we go. There's a mass of launch happening.
They do set a siren off when the rocket is lifting up out of the ground.
True. Yes, that is actual noise, but I'm thinking about... I'm metagaming slightly and thinking about the Factorio mechanics. Still seems to be holding.
Still fine, yeah.
Yeah. Very impressive.
Yeah, I'd say remove the blueprints and so not like the stupid amount of them and just make a regular pattern of it. Or I can do that for you if you want to head off to another planet.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. Yeah, that was surprisingly effective, to be honest. Saracen wants to see how noisy a nuclear warhead is. And so now, having done that, now Mark has just removed them all. Yeah, the pollution has got out past the wall already. Not very far, admittedly. Does make me wonder what was happening beforehand when it was really, really bad, given that you've just pulled them all out, and so we now should be back where we were before. I know there's one of them up here still. Even so, it still seems surprisingly better. Anyway, where was I? So we've done that. I'm playing with that. Oh yes, over here. I was going to make some kryptonite walls. I remember. Assembly machine 2. Right. Oh. Right. There we go. Make the kryptonite walls and make it out of all the bits and pieces that go into it. So we need iron sticks to be made. So we'll do that. And I won't do it here. I'm going to shuffle stuff around a little bit. But if we did do that, what's the production rate of these 3? Are we not including that one? Okay, fine. So we're using 1.2 a second there, and we've been making 1.5 a second there. So we need one of these for each machine. In fact, you know what? Why don't we just do direct insertion for those? So if we get rid of that, it's close enough that it's not quite right, but it's good enough to put that there, and then do direct insertion like that, and then indirect, and then belt insertion like that for the other two things that we're going to need, which are going to need to be brought in like this and this, because Rubia. So one of them is this one. We can put down a splatter there. So it's concrete. We also need the kryptonite frames, and we need iron sticks. So iron sticks means iron, which is... Where is it? Oh no, it went all the way down to somewhere down the bottom, didn't it? Here it is. Here's the iron. So we then find the end of this, which is here, and we extend this like this. Much further than we needed to, but that's okay. Bring us down here. I might give that a... No, that's alright. Now I need to get the kryptonite frames. That's these guys up here, and then the iron needs to come up here. Like that. So we'll do this, and then we'll remove that one. I'm just going to be a little bit lazy about this. I'm going to make that go from there to there, and okay, I can use a blue one. No, I can use a yellow one here now to take that through. Then we'll do this again with these ones, again out of sheer laziness. Back to there. Right, once this all gets built, we need some power up here as well. Have some power. Have some power. Copy that to there. You're going to need to be fed. That's going to need to go there. Feed that in there. There and there and there. Right, there we go. That's the production. We'll now bring them down as we do, and then shovel them all into a red chest, because that'll keep them somewhere where we can actually get them out for when we need to do some construction. So that goes there, about there. Oh yeah, and being able to get them out of the machines, that'd be a good shout as well, wouldn't it? That let's try not to forget that. So put that pylon in there, and none of these are going to get any power because there isn't any over here. So if I put that there, then we can get some from that. Okay, so we don't have half of this stuff, do we? We don't have pylons. Are not a thing we're making on this planet yet. Still, so I need more iron for that. Any old iron? Oh, maybe we are making iron. I'll just do this anyway because I'm lazy. Impatient. Can we get some iron through? No, we can't because I haven't done that. Question is, how much do I want to make? So we can connect to the logistics network, and we can say kryptonite wall, which is in here, that guy. Whenever it's less than 2,000, we can keep making it, because these are resources we have a healthy amount of. And in fact, these are all, oh no, all except the iron. I think they're all being put into the train and taken back to the other end of the bus. So. Right, so now we need to do some testing. So let's get some kryptonite wall. How much have we got? We've got 2 pieces. Let's produce a bit more kryptonite wall. That's probably enough. 4. So if I put these in... Stop shooting down the walls I want to play with. If I put these here, that'll hit them. I put a belt on either side of it. Right, so I guess I'll just leave that there and wait for a random trash droid to hit it, or maybe I'll come back down here and get some more and extend it a little bit, because that's far too short a wall for my purposes. Bonk. Right, can I turn off my personal lasers? No, not easily. There probably is a way, but I can stand about here, and that should be good enough. You can shoot that one down if you want. I don't care. Ah, there's one. That's going to hit, and it's going to be right above that piece of belt as well, which is perfect. So it's coming along. Oh, it crashed. They're not hitting where I want them to hit. Boo. I need one to spawn in about here. Like that. That one might work. Bonk. Crash. Right, so it did hit a belt that was 1 square directly behind the wall. Let's improve the test a little bit. There we go. Now, we wait for that to happen again. Or maybe we just grab some more wall out of there. And, oh, is that... No, it's probably going to be too far away. Can we have our wall back, please? That's not what I actually meant. What I actually meant is, can we have another trash droid hit the wall? Oh, that one's hit, but it's not going to hit the belts, is it? It's too far down. Let's extend my wall a little bit further. You're not going to hit the walls, are you? No, you're going to crash there. I've just noticed you can actually see the shadows under them that show how high up they are. So you can kind of tell where they're going to impact, or how far off impact they are, at least, which isn't quite the same thing. Who are you going to hit? You might do. Yes. Okay, so that sample size of 1, sample size of 2, it seems to do damage to at least 3 squares in front of the wall, or let's be a little bit more scientific about this, and exactly 2 squares behind the wall. If these belts were the other way around, it would have been a lot easier to place them down. Okay, let's do a repair job on these. So we don't break anything. Right. Let's have another test. So this should give us a much better idea of how far out the explosions reach, at least once we get one that comes in and hits. Or we get one like that that's probably going to hit and just damage these ones, even though it doesn't... might be alright. Yeah, it was just out of range. Come on, spawn one in the right place. Rubia, tear down this wall. Yes, good challenge. So yeah, but if we have gaps in the middle of the factory, like that. Okay, there's one. So yeah, it damaged 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's damaged 5 before the wall and 2 after the wall. So there you go. There's your answer. So if I come through here with my kryptonite walls and I put them in. I've done 1 extra square just for safety's sake. 1, 2, 3. We could put in walls like that, and that would that would be completely safe. So the one they'd hit here, and okay, they might get there's still these long horizontal belts, but instead of needing all of these turrets, these walls would just catch them. Now, of course, the turrets are going to shoot any rocks that get to that point, so it's not really going to have the effect that I'm going for here, because we've got the sniper turrets, which I think have a longer range than the trash droids do between them appearing and them crashing. So it's sort of a bad example. Here is a kind of a bad example because there is complete overlap between these walls. However, I suspect this means we could probably remove this row of turrets, and it would probably be all right. It does depend a little bit on what the horizontal travel distance of a trash droid is between it spawning and it crashing. So that one appeared about here. And it crashed about here. Okay, so that isn't really going to help. They don't travel all that far before they smash.
I did see one on the stream get shot down, and just then one got shot down there.
Yeah, so that's sort of my point, because we need to have using these things is not actually a practical way of protecting stuff, because the turrets don't have because the range, the distance that the trash droids fly before they crash is yes about the sort of distances you're pinging there.
You protect that kind of thing.
Yes. Oh yes, yes. For a belt like that, they'd be perfect. Yes. Where's my me? Oh, they're still. Oh, I didn't mean to hand them all over to the logistics network. Never mind. Give me some more. So, yeah, with basically you can protect a vertical belt or a vertical pipeline with them, but they can't use a lot else. I suspect they probably can be used on a ship, but I think they would become effectively normal walls there. I don't think they would block actual asteroids in quite the same way, because asteroids are not trashsteroids. Believe it or not. So this is covering all the way up to there. These are covering all the way. So this belt is completely covered. But in theory, if it wasn't, I could have come along here and put in a wall like this, and I wouldn't need the gun turrets behind it. Now I would still need the gun turrets in order to protect this stuff. But what I could potentially do is over here, our absolute front line, I could have put in, rather than trying to do this in as small an area, as short a distance, as horizontal distance as possible, in order to get to these turrets, and especially even more so when we're using the normal turrets, which don't have the same range, I could have put a wall down here that would catch them. But because I've got the turrets now, it's kind of pointless, because if I put a wall here, then they'd catch rocks that were being shot anyway. If I put a wall here, then they catch rocks that weren't going to hit the chemical plants anyway. So this is a solution to a problem that we have already solved, I think. Yes, exactly. That's sort of my point, Quagor. That yeah, that when I was over, when Tristan and I were testing it over here, I suggested that I could put in a wall here, and it would, without the turrets, it would protect whatever was behind them. But the range that a trash droid flies is only about this far, so you'd need to have them. You could protect a single column of. So what you could do. Turn my robots off for the moment while I just sketch. Is you could have some wall like this, and then you could have, I suppose, a belt there, because that's as close as you can get given the splash damage. Then you could have an inserter. Then you could have a what are those? Then you could have an let's say an assembly machine probably, and then another inserter and a belt taking stuff away, and that would probably be okay. That would probably just about be okay. You could then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can then have another row of wall out here like this, and then another set of assembly machines behind it. So you probably could protect your entire factory behind kryptonite walls, but you'd be ending up with a lot of well, no, you could hide a lot of these vertical sort of construction bits behind it. The problem you would hit is any of the belts that then need to go along from this one to the set of machines over here like this. These ones would need some sort of protection, unless you did some sort of really cunning wiggling system with them, which I don't think would work, because you're needing to leave all of this gap in front of the wall for the trash droids to crash into. So yeah, my feeling is that you could certainly protect individual build areas like this, but probably only just. Even then, I'm slightly dubious. I'm trying to spot one when it just appears so I can go, aha, there it is. There. So we've got about that range, which is, yeah, that's just about enough. That's pretty much the distance from here to here. So I reckon if you built your factory like this, it would drive you mad doing it, but I reckon it would protect it from trash droids. I think. Except for the bus joiny bits down the middle, anyway. I haven't seen that, King. I'm not going to click on the link during a stream, though. Stick it in the Discord in the Factorio channel if it's relevant, and we'll take a look at it between streams. You might be right. The distance travelled may vary. I have noticed that as they fly, they gradually get bigger and slow down, or slow down their horizontal movement, which I think is probably intended to imply them falling out of the sky. Although because the camera's up in the air, because we're looking down, it's top-down view in the game, it's a bit weird. So it doesn't quite work like that, but I think that's what it's supposed to look like. Right. Yeah, 26 to 10. Plenty of time left. I'm not sure what to do next, though. So we've fiddled around with various things on various planets. Does anyone... Actually, before anyone comes up with any jobs that need to be done, I'm going to go off and grab myself a drink because I am thirsty. I shall be back momentarily, though. Please don't go anywhere. That means you. That's sort of also a hint for the other people in the game to take over the commentary, but apparently you're all asleep.
That's
so.
Mike's job.
Well, yeah, but he's not here, so somebody else has to take over.
Well, are you gonna leave again, or what's up, man?
Nope, I've got my water now, so I was just drinking about a pint of it because I was rather thirsty. Today went off and did a boxercise workout with it was run by one of my friends, and yeah, it's rather hot at the moment, so I got rather thirsty doing it, and then I sort of hurried over to join the stream and didn't grab more water on the way. Right, so I think I'm at a point where I've talked about stuff to the point where I've run out of things to talk about, at least for the time being. Ario says it was a nice silence for a bit. It was quite cosy. I don't know quite how to take that. Does anyone have any jobs that need doing on any of the other planets? Because I think I've hit a sort of a finished point here with things to fiddle with.
You can pick something from the Norvis backlog if you want.
Okay, let's have a look at what's on there. Backlog.
Basically, intermediate city block or assigned city block.
Okay.
What do you want?
Could start the sort of near the top of the list and start with green sites, I suppose. That's probably going to be relatively straightforward.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go and have a look at how green science is being done. Indeed,
is that
yes.
Going to be cubes again, Mark?
Yes.
Okay. We'll look into whether it's so. Yeah. Okay. So cubes and green science enhancers, presumably. Okay. Assuming there's a recipe for it. So green science at the moment, I can't see. Is it production? No, it's logistics science. Yes, it is indeed logistics science pack. Wow, I actually got that right. So at the moment, logistics science pack is being produced from raw materials, as you'd expect. We're producing the inserters for it. We're producing the belts for it. We've got the appropriate wooden and then yellow for both of those. And then we're making it in assembler 3s, packed full of productivity modules with some speed beacons around to make the whole thing run at a decent rate. That seems to be going quite well. We do seem to have more inserters being made than we strictly need. I don't think I really need to critique the build, but I'm going to have a look at it anyway because I'm curious. Okay, we're not making quite enough wooden belts to keep the next stage happy, but we're making far more of the normal belts than we actually need. Did I get everything there? Yes, I did. So yeah, that's it's running well enough. I think I won't criticise that.
Keep in mind the build was probably built without any modules, and all the modules and beacons were added later on.
That does sound likely, yes. Especially that we're looking at it. It looks like the sort of build I would make. So I'm going to guess that I probably made it. Yes, I did. And then it looks like Mark upgraded it by putting in the speed modules in those and the beacons and the productivity modules and so on. Okay. Right, so I think this is a good starting point because it's got all of the necessary ingredients in. It's just, yes, we're going to upgrade all the buildings and upgrade and tweak things a little bit to make sure they work a little bit more.
I'd say no. I would ask you to redesign it from scratch.
Well, yes, but I'll probably keep the stations bringing in the same resources, and then have the same. It's going to be the same path through the recipes. But yes, I will redesign more or less from scratch. Yes.
Yes, and also don't disturb this city block, but
Yeah.
make a copy or blueprint editor or whatever. And my general guidance is to use Molten where applicable.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind.
And also the cube recipes for science production.
Yes.
And there is something from Tristan to get the right amount of cubes for your build. So let him show you that. And
that is in the game blueprints, actually.
Oh yeah, it's in the blueprint section, exactly.
It's called the cube counter for city block.
Mm-hmm. And then the last note for this science pack is, since we are moving away from like metal intermediates and using the molten, I was wondering if we want to import just wood instead of all the wooden products as well. And do the wooden intermediates on site maybe. But that's up to you. But I would suggest to think about that. Right. And for the ratios, just make a nice city block.
Right, okay. What sort of, do you have a feel for what sort of rate you want, or is it just whatever I can pack into the city block sensibly?
Yeah, so you might want to have a look at the blue science or purple science, which are the last ones that have been upgraded by Saphir. If you want to max rate them, they could give you guidance.
Okay, so that's 77 per second. Blimey. And then it's just sort of sitting there idle because we're not using that many, but fine. Okay, let's aim for sort of those sort of numbers then. It's amazing how. Oh yeah, could you go off and do the green science? Oh, but by the way, here's a million different things I want you to consider while you're doing it. Right, so we're going to be bringing in. We're not going to be bringing in iron plates. We're going to be bringing in molten iron. Fine. Not going to be green circuits. We'll still bring in deconstruction planners. We're still not going to be bringing in. And then down here we've got lumber being brought in and also wooden gears. And iron gears. Now the iron gears we could also make on site out of the molten. Is that the sort of thing you're thinking, Mark?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And then we'll bring in molten wood as well to make these gears, and I'm sure all will be well. So what do we need? When do we need? So we need lumber and wooden gears for that one. Then we need iron plates, gears, circuits, and the burner inserters there. And then we need again the two types of wood and gears again here. Okay. And that's it. So these things, the wooden stuff, is going to be all done in lumber mills, presumably. So we're going to need fuel for lumber mills. If I use lumber mills, we're going to need fuel for them. So we need to think about that as well. Lumber mill. Where's so many things? Is it you? No, it's a greenhouse. Why can I? There it is. That's it. There it is. Right. So put in. So we want to make the. This is going to make the belts, and we're also going to have one making the inserters. No, we're not. Oh, okay. You can't make wooden inserters. Burner inserters in a lumber mill, even though they're wooden. Okay, fine. So you're going to need lumber and wooden gears. So that's going to be. Let's remove that for a moment. So you're going to make lumber. You're going to make wooden gears. Wooden gears are also made out of lumber. So I'm just sort of sketching together to get an idea of all the different things that are required and in what order at the moment. I'm not worrying about ratios. I'm not worrying about putting things together sensibly. Just getting the right machines together in sort of a convenient tree that will allow me to make everything. Then we're going to need to turn that into proper belts, which we're going to do in a foundry, if I can find the darn thing. Here it is, foundry. That's a much smaller machine than the lumber mills. Okay. So bring that in like so, and then you're going to make yellow belts. That's gears and wooden transport belts. So we're going to need another one that makes another foundry up here that makes normal gears, like that from molten iron. Fine. And that's it. So we then have a science enhancer machine. That one. That goes here, and that's going to be making green. Ooh, we've got a lot of recipes for. I feel like that's more. Yeah, we've got a decomposition pack enhanced. Oh no, we haven't got the cube. Yeah, so you get the enhanced ones, but you don't get the cube ones for everything. There we go. So we want the logistics science pack enhanced cube recipe. So that one. We notice we also have we have so all of the vanilla ones you can make with the cubium recipes. They all have cubium recipes of some sort. And then I think all of the science packs, or maybe just all the ones we've unlocked so far, also have recipes that can be done. So you get the productivity bonus, but you don't get the cube bonus as well. So anyway, we want to do this one, and that takes in those things, and also cubes and magic fluid. So we're going to need to bring those in as well, and the dream concentrate. So we're going to have a multi-fluid station drop-off station because I'm running short of stations at this point. Although if I just bring in wood and green circuits, I might be able to get away with only one solids input station.
There is an example fluid drop off and science pickup station for purple science, I think. That might be the old purple science.
I don't know if I want to look at that or if I want to just make it up myself as I go along. Right, we're then going to need inserters. That's these guys. What do you make inserters in? Is there a special machine? Okay, so we can do them in. Oh, we can do them in machining assemblers. Or micrograv assemblers are not helpful. Wait, I don't even know what your mechanical plant. That's Paracelsin. We haven't got there yet. So those are not. I mean, they can be made. Can you make? No, you can't make belts in machining assemblers. And presumably you can't make gears or anything else. Right, okay, so I want to use machining assemblers here for the inserters, but I can't use them for any of the other stuff that's required for the science pack. Okay, fine. That's sort of a good thing, I think.
Tristan, do you have an idea why we are reaching peak science currently?
So put that there.
Why we're
below 6.1k.
Yellow inserters. It's struggling.
I don't know.
Right, and you need many things. You need iron. Let's remove that for a second. Right, so you need iron plates and iron gears, both of which come from foundries. So give you a couple of machines there like that. Iron plate and iron gear. There we go. Right, let's catch up with the chat a little bit. I'm going to upgrade everything throughout to be use the best possible machines for absolutely everything. That's the plan.
Did someone up the amount of cubes being picked up on the Edward James Olmos?
Not I.
Maybe.
Yeah, not a big issue, just not enough space, but we can remove some what's it called? Some solar panels and just add some more storage. That's
okay.
Fine. I'll do that.
Right. So there we go. That's everything, kind of. And by everything, I mean that I'm feeding through all the things. We're going to be bringing in lots of raw resources. So we're going to be bringing in wood to make the lumber and so on here and here. We're going to be bringing in molten iron to make all of this stuff. We're going to be bringing in the circuits to go here. I'm not worrying about the cube stuff at the moment, and the dreams and the magic fluid are also going to be brought in. So I'm going to worry about how all this is piped together, or how all these inputs are brought in and so on in a moment. I just want to have a look at the rates that we're going to get from here. So at this point, we are woefully inadequate on the amount of wooden transport belts being made, but we're massively over on the number of normal transport belts being made. And the number of wooden gears and right. Okay, so there's some Yes, there is the thing, and that's going to make us 6 logistics science packs per second. So I'm going to need to have more than 10 of these machines, and I don't know if that really helps very much, but it's a little bit of a sort of throw some stuff together and see what happens. Just get an idea of the numbers. 2.0 workaround for mod mess upgrade all vanilla trains to Rubia trains as long as you build at least 1,000 of each arm. I don't know. I think we probably don't care enough just yet. The trains are all... They're basically, there's only really trains on Norvis, I think, at the moment. There might be there's one or two on other planets. There's a couple on Fulgora. But basically, there's only really trains on Norvis. And the system seems to be able to cope at the moment. So upgrading is going to be a fun thing we're going to want to do at some point, but isn't something we need to do in a hurry. We're certainly not short of busy work at the moment. The trains can bring in lumber pre-processed as lumber, yes, and they can bring in gears as gears. But Mark has asked me to start from basically from scratch and just going from 0 because why not? Basically, see how much.
Yeah, I think we were not using the lumber intermediates anywhere else, so
right. So it's just to see how much we can chuck in the same city block.
Yep.
Yes, we do. Yes, we use LTN. So Mark did create his own sort of LTN system for a little while at first, but we've since moved over to LTN because it didn't have we couldn't manage quite all the features we wanted. Yes, a lot of people have first found me from the LTN tutorial. That was one of my... I think that's probably still my most successful video on the channel by sheer number of views. So yeah, that was definitely a good one, and a lot of people... It seems to be where an enormous number of people know me from. Okay, so I'm going to want to have about 10 times this. So let's cram everything full of silly modules first. So we want to put in... Do we want to do overclock modules? Or do we want to do productivity modules and speed beacons? Because overclock modules, because we can only make tier 2 overclock modules, we only get a plus 6% productivity there. Whereas here, we get a plus 10% productivity. But it slows it down. But it's quite nice to get the actual... But it'd be nice to get more productivity. I think what I'll do is I'll put in productivity modules all the way through like this. Where I can, which isn't everywhere because there's a lot of end products like belts and inserters, but still it gives us a bit of an idea. Presumably that means I'm also not going to be able to put these in now because it's the same sort of problem. Fine, but that's...
Use uncommon prod modules.
Oh, okay. Uncommon is that one.
Yeah, outside of science, they're the best we've got.
Okay.
Science is just using up all of the better ones.
Fair. So do that, and then now I could put speeds in these. I suppose I might as yeah, I might as well. Because why not? The machine lower the cost of the machines a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's true. I don't think we're interested in quality science, at least not except only when it's been sort of forced on us. And if I do, and having gone through and done a quality science build of the military science here, I kind of don't want that headache again because it was a massive pain in the what's name. I'm not entirely convinced it was worth it. Yeah, I think I'd rather just stick with a normal quality for science packs. Right, so where was I? So the point we're going for here is this machine is going to make... Well, we're going to probably speed beacon it a little bit, but in order to get the ratios and then sort of surround everything with beacons, this is sort of what matters. We're going to get 5.5 out. Now let's say we're going to put... I don't know how many beacons we're going to hit these things with. But if I put a couple round it, then it's still running at that slow speed because beacons don't work if you don't have power, and that's really annoying when you're trying to design stuff like this. Sorry, I say beacons don't work if you don't have power. Of course they don't. But beacons don't... You don't get the information about beacons when they don't have power. Where's my infinite power thing? Where is the infinite power? Oh, it's on sword. Blueprint sandbox. There we go. That's what I wanted. Infinite power. Right, so now, let's assume this is the speed it's going to run at. That's 20 about 20 per second, and I wanted to get up to 25, so 75. So let's say 4 of these. All right, so we'll assume I want to run everything at 4 times this. So I'm going to get a notepad because I am going to forget otherwise, because there's going to be too many numbers for me to hold in my fragile little mind. Okay, so that means I need a pen as well. Right, so we've got 4 of the 4 times green psi requires then it's going to be 4 of all the inputs, so that's going to be 0.7, 1.4, 2.8, 2.8 of the of each of the belts, and 2.8 of the inserters. So then this machine, if we wanted to get 2.8 of these, then we would need it makes 16 a second already, so that's fine. We only need 1 of those. That's going to run at so that running just as is. Maybe we'll take the speed modules out of that because there's no point. See how fast that runs. That's 4 per second, so that's still fast enough. Okay, so that's running at slightly over speed, so we'll have one times inserter machine.
Tristan?
That's going to require about 2, well, less than 2 a second each of the iron plates and the iron gears, and these are producing 2 a second and 3 a second. So actually, that's both fine as well. 1 times plate, 1 times gear. That's really easy. Hang on a second. There's a step missing here. I haven't included the wooden inserters. That's presumably going to be another one of these, even though it's a wooden inserter. So I want to make the burner inserters on that one. And that's going to make is that going to be equally ridiculous? Yes, that's more than enough. So we can get 1 times burner inserter, which requires lumber and wood gear. And for that, so up here, we need this to run at basically at 2/3 speed. Sorry, 3/4 speed. So we need 1.5. So we need 1.5 wooden inserters, which is this running at half speed. So we need 1 lumber and 1 gear, 1 cog per second, of which both of those are more than capable of providing. Okay, so 1 of each of those. That's pretty straightforward. It's just 1 machine of everything because our machines are so powerful. That's useful and incredible. Oh, you saw the tutorial on space exploration, on the spaceship automation. Yeah, that was quite a good one. The only problem with that one, and this is an issue that I've come across a little bit with the way YouTube works. The problem with it was that I rushed over one of the bits of the video a little bit too much and did a complicated bit of the wiring a bit too quickly, and that meant lots of people complained in the comments that I'd gone slowly over the easy part and then rushed the difficult bit. So I then made another video that did that bit a bit more slowly to help. But I still kept getting complaints because people didn't read the description to say, oh, by the way, if that bit was a bit too quick, watch this video. And YouTube won't let you replace one video with another one. And I sort of don't want to replace an existing video with a completely new one, swap out one for another. Why are we getting crystal alerts? Reinforcements are being warped in. What? Oh, a crystal has appeared on... No, it's been... Wait, what? A crystal has appeared and been hacked on Rabaska. Interesting.
Yeah, that's what we were suggesting would happen.
Okay, cool. Well, awesome. Good. What was I saying? Yeah, you can't replace... You can't just... Or at least I don't want to just replace a video, especially one that's doing reasonably well, with another one, because I think YouTube, once a video is done fairly well, YouTube will prioritise that to an extent for other people who are looking for things to watch. So I kind of, once you've got a video, you don't want to replace it, but if there's a problem with it, you can't edit it, which is a bit unfortunate. I absolutely understand why it's like that, because if you could make a popular video and then replace it with something completely different, you could cause all kinds of trolling havoc. But yeah, yes, that's true. We can deconstruct the crystals and get the spidertrons to scoop them up. We probably will. Okay, so this actually, it just occurred to me that here, so we're trying to make 1.5. So we're trying to make 1.5 grabbers a second. So we need to run this at half speed. That means we need 1 lumber and 1 gear. And this is producing 1.6 lumber. This is also going to be using, oh okay, if we need 1 gear, that means we're going to be using a tiny fraction of that lumber, so the one machine is going to be okay for that. So this is all fine. In fact, this whole area here, all of this bit is okay. That's producing enough, so I can kind of keep that, and then I will whack some speed beacons around it a little bit, because I reckon having 2 per machine will keep everything running at the right speed. So this is actually all okay. Right, let's go and look at the other side. So we're going to want 2.8 belts per mumbledy. This is making 72 belts per second. That's crazy. Let's get rid of these speed modules. That's making 24 per second. That's still almost 10 times the number we need. That is frankly ridiculous. So we're going to need about, call it 2 wooden belts per second. This machine is making 12 wooden belts per second. This is also crazy fast. So if we're going to need 2, that's a sixth of this. We're going to need, once again, we're going to need about 1 of each of the inputs for that. So these are both okay as well. Over here, we're making, as I say, we're going to need maybe 1 gear per second. This is making 3. So there is a lot of general overspec. A lot of this is massively overspec for what we're going to need, which is great because it means we don't need quite as many speed beacons in the middle. The only thing that isn't fast enough is this machine here, which is making the actual science packs. That's going to need to be made quite a bit fast. Well, we're going to need 4 of those. So let's, we can't flip that horizontally. But everything else is just 1 machine of everything. That is frankly ridiculous. Maybe I'll not use beacons just to make it a little bit more interesting. No, that's a silly idea. Let's use beacons anyway. Right. So we're going to need 1 of these over here. Let's have a look at how other people have done the Can we have Norvis, please? Norvis. Let's have a look at how other people have done these sort of things, because, well, I want to know. Okay, so yeah, bring in the one fluid from below, and then having the other ones, yeah, linked up the middle like that. Fair enough. That's a reasonably sensible design. Makes sense. Where else are we doing this? Just see if anyone else.
East side.
Oh yeah, there's a purple science. So here, this is functionally more or less the same idea. There's no beacons in here. I would quite like to get some beacons in, but maybe that's impractical. It's quite tempting to just copy this design and go, well, this is my cube system. Is this because the beacons can't reach? If we put them out here, yeah, they can't reach. So I could put the beacons in like this and do some underground shenaniganery with the belts, and I think I will, because there's no point in having more machines than we actually need. We might as well use some beacons in there. At that point, we only need 4 machines as well, which is quite nice. So what we've got cubes being brought in here. I'm probably going to need the same similar size. Okay, so Tristan apparently has a cube counter.
Something destroyed for pipes, underground pipes on.
Yeah,
Rubia.
I'll put a wall in for it.
Okay. As long as someone noticed which those were.
Yeah, they got replaced.
More than 4 machines, but that's fine. Then go
Laurence, the cube counter is on the game blueprints.
Yes, I saw that. And when you say cube counter, it's just a thing counting how many things are in the system, isn't it? It's not something that's going to tell you how many you need.
No. So it is going to put the amount of cubes you specify onto the belt they added to. But the number you want will differ for each science. So
Yes.
the two sciences I made, you wanna take into account like how many are being used per hour, basically. Because it needs to it needs to be able to refresh, right?
Yes.
They have different refresh rates.
Yeah, I understand the
channels,
concept. It's just sort of the just the number that you need per hour. That'll be fine.
It didn't sound like Laurence wanted to do the math.
I'm sure I can. It'll be fine. Right, so we've got. I want to put modules in that, and then copy that to. There's pipes in the way. That's fine. We can move the pipes. Actually, I don't want to put that. Yeah, there'll work actually. Yeah, so let's make them symmetrical and move the inserters. So I'll put one there and one there, and then we'll move this guy down and this guy down. Okay, so that's going to have. Hang on a minute. This is green science. There's only 2 inputs for it. Let's change the recipes here. Yeah, there's only 2 normal inputs and then all of the cube miscellanea. So actually, we don't need any of this. We don't need the second belt at all. Get rid of all of that. And this is where the science is being unloaded to. Great. So we've got science out there, and we've got cubes in and out here. So that goes across here onto there. Right. And this comes out and goes wherever science goes. Okay. That's fairly straightforward. So we've got that. That's got coverage of all of this area, but not those. All right, we'll put in some more power like that. So these are going to be using 0.7 cubes per second. Call it 1, which is 60 per minute or 3,600 per hour. It takes a cube. How long does it take a cube to refresh? It's been a little while since I've done this. A cube turns. Okay, so in an hour, a cube. After an hour, the first cubes will start to refresh. So we need 3,600 times 4 cubes in order for the first ones to refresh in time to be used again. So 3,600 times 4. This is about 16,000. So I'd like to have about 16,000 in here. I will change this to say 16,000 cubes in the system. It seems like quite a lot. I have rounded up a few times, admittedly, and while I was working doing the numbers for that. So maybe that's why it seems like quite a lot. Let's do this for a moment. Right. So now this is powered. now it's powered.
The purple one has
77.22 science per second, which is just over what I was aiming for. So that's pretty good.
The purple science has about 13,000, and the blue science has 19,000. So
okay, so 16,000 is reasonable.
It's in the right ballpark.
Yeah, least, as I say, I did a little bit of rounding up, so I think that's fair.
Yeah, because if it's below, it's not going to be, you're going to run out, basically. So might as well have more.
Don't think I need that to be there. We can put that in there instead. And then, I guess, there. There's a little bit of overlap still, but that's fine. Right, so that's the science production. I have broken the magic water, the magic fluid input, but that's okay. We will fix it now. So I'll come out to there. And there. Get rid of that as well. So that's, each of these is feeding 2 labs. Great. So that goes, and then that can come up here as well. Right, so that's my 2.
Beacon got destroyed on Rabaska.
What did you say?
Beacon got destroyed on Rabaska.
A what got destroyed?
Beacon.
Beacon. Oh, right. That's annoying. That won't get replaced. But I think Rabaska has got enough stuff now that I'm not too. That it's probably okay to. We'll fix the beacons later if we go back there and need more stuff. But for now, I think I'm not too bothered. Right. So that's the start. Let's pull this in a little bit because there's no point in having wasting space. So I'll put that there. Given this has to fit into a city block, I want to be at least a little bit neat. Wasting a bit of space here as well, actually. So pull these back in. And then this can come in as well. Right, so there we go. That's my... let's bring this down one as well, just for the sake of neatness and looking pretty. Okay, so this belt needs to have the two types of... all of this stuff happening on it. So I worked out all of this is going to be absolutely fine, speed-wise, as is. So let's just bring this over here and paste it in, and then we can do a speed query, because I was thinking this is going to be if I whack speed modules on absolutely everything, which I haven't done yet. So I might need to improve the speed of this somewhere, but I just want to see what it's like first. So put you there. I wonder if I could. No, it does have a plus 50%. I'm thinking, can a foundry make wooden belts? No. Okay, so wooden belts have to be made in a lumber mill, which is sort of logical, but also sort of silly. I'm okay with that though. I don't really mind. Right, so I've put that there, and then we say how are we looking for speed here? So we don't have enough wooden belts to make these at full speed. However, we do have enough of these, more than enough of these, so I think that's probably okay. Inserters, we don't have enough inserters at this speed, so I'm going to need to speed that up. We don't have any gears, but we're making gears a bit too slowly. That's for this. That's for the yellow belts, but we're making those at just over twice the speed they're needed. So we need 10 gears. We're making 6, so that's more than half. So that's okay. Inserters I'm a little bit worried about. I'll think about that in a second. Lumber, is there something in there that's being made more quickly? Yeah, so those are being made more quickly than they're needed. Those are being made a lot more quickly than they're needed, I think, because these are being made more quickly. Yeah, so that's probably okay. So it's the inserters now. We're making 4 with us trying to use 9.9. So the inserters are much too slow. So the obvious fix to this is to take one of these guys and go boink. I say the obvious fix. That's the lazy fix. How do we feel now? Okay, there we go. Now we've got almost exactly the right number of inserters. We're still a little bit supposedly a little bit short of the wooden belts, but that's okay because we've got the yellow belts being made faster than necessary. Should still have the same thing with those. Need 13 of those now, and we're making 18. So that's even better. Oh, because we've got that beacon is affecting these two as well. So that's fine. I do need a cooling thing for these actually, so I'll need to nudge those up and put in some cooling boxes. Same for this one, but that's all manageable. I feel like this is largely there. I've got everything I need now. I just need to bring all of this stuff over into here, feed it into the machines, and it'll be fine. I do then need to bring in all of the inputs. That's going to be the complicated part, but probably not that complicated. Let's do this bit first. Let's bring this across 1 square lower. Because if I bring this in here, then I can just drop these onto here like that. I'm probably going to want to upgrade some of these inserters. I am rather short of lumber, but then also all the things that lumber's being used for, I've got plenty of. So this is why it's slightly tricky. We're making twice as many of the inserters as we need, and we're making a third extra of the gears, and then so I think that the lumber is probably actually okay, but I can put some beacons down here if I absolutely have to. So we're going to bring wood in like this. You know, I'm going to start upgrading everything to green inserters because why not? My biggest concern at the moment is fueling the lumber mills. I haven't actually thought that one through properly yet. Let's just do an upgrade across all of these. Upgrade. As long as I don't get the belts, this is probably all fine. Don't need these. No, I said I don't need them. I don't mean to downgrade them to whatever a purple long-handed inserter is. Right, there we go. Right, so we bring in the molten iron across the top here. Feed it into all of these. That's going to work for it. That's going to work nicely. I need to bring in the electronic circuits here, and I need to bring it. So I need to bring wood here, and I also need to fuel it. There are a lot of fuels that can be used. The big question is, can I do anything? Can I just run these off anything that is going to be coming in as part of the wood? Because that'd be convenient. I think I have a feeling the answer is meant to be no. So I might need to bring in. We can turn wood into carbon. To be fair, there is a Pelagos recipe for that. But is it worth it, or should I just bring in rocket fuel and power my lumber mills off rocket fuel? There are so many options here, and I don't know what most of them are. Coconut husk. Yeah, there's nothing in there that is directly wood derived, but it feels like it'd be kind of fun to use to turn the wood into carbon and use that, because it's just in the interest of using as few things as possible. I think that's kind of fun. So that's going to be the but that requires the Pelagos. No, that requires. All right, so let's
Tristan, side channel.
Let's go in here. Right. So available fuel types. Oh, here we go. I was thinking of using carbon, which can be made from wood somewhere. I might have to bring in, or I might just end up bringing in coal. But there is a carotenoid carbon. No, coal to come. Or is it? Oh no, you make wood into. You make wood in a calciner. You make wood into coal. What happens in a calciner? Can craft. Wood carbonization. Okay, so we can turn wood into coal. So that works as a fuel. But it needs to be done in a I believe this recipe needs to be done in a calciner, which means the calciner needs to be fueled by a fluid. So that's not going to be ideal, because I'd need to bring in a fuel for it at that point. And I think, you never know, there might be some way of turning wood or coal into coal gas, which I could then use to run the calciner, but I think that's going to get a little bit complicated. Yeah, video inertia is the sort of thing I was thinking, yes. So I think let's just bring in some coal for these. No, let's bring in rocket fuel for these guys. There. I would dispute what you're saying. So you're not quite right there, Regular. If I wanted the whole system to be balanced all the way through, then yes, I would need to have another 6 machines making the lumber, another 1 making the belts. Yes, but I've got up here the belts that are being made. The belts are being made in order to make yellow belts, and the yellow belts are being made at more than twice the rate they need to be made at. Therefore, having this machine running at less than half speed is going. So having this machine running at less than half speed is going to be absolutely fine, and therefore this single machine is going to be fine, because that machine is running at less than half speed. This machine can also run at significantly slower than necessary, and even more so because this one is running a little bit fast as well. So I think it might be okay, because we don't actually need to produce 24 belts per second. We only need 9.9 per second. Rocket Fuel Factory will put the factory into orbit. Yeah, if the Rocket Fuel Factory can put the factory into orbit, then we just have another spaceship. That'd be lovely. The part that gets the best part of that is that we are running a lumber mill off rocket fuel. But it'll work. It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? It is nice to have all the numbers being green, yes, but then you end up miking the whole thing, like down this. Actually, no, this has been rebuilt since. But yeah, you end up with a system like this, where up here we are using half a red belt per second. So Mike needed to produce half a red belt per second. This machine is capable of producing 12 red belts per second, and because he likes all the numbers to be green, nearly all the numbers to be green, he's gone in and done this, and so we now have a system here Oh yeah, there's 48 hot gears coming out and 41 cold gears being used. So again, that is technically a green number, even though it doesn't look like it. So then you end up producing 12 belts per second when you actually only need half, and that's just absolute nonsense. So yeah. So yeah, this is what happens when you try and make all the numbers green. You just build far bigger than required, and it does you no good whatsoever. So I'm not going to do that. Right. So we have. I'm getting behind somewhere. I don't know if I'm getting ahead or behind of myself, but other things need to be done. So let's pull that out. Right, that goes there and there. There we go. And then we can fuel this machine as well, because I don't want to forget that. It's going to need its fuel. Can I remove you and put you down here sensibly? Yeah. And you're powering all of that stuff. And then I think down here we're just going to need to put in a couple more of these. Like that. There's an alarm going off. It's still going off. It's the recycler is broken, Sophia. FYI.
Oh no.
A wooga. Right, and then over here we have another fluid. And I'm going to bring that to there like that. And then across to there. And then pipe this around like this. Okay, so that is, I think... Oh, no, we also need the green circuits to come in here. Like that. And that's the lot. That is my science production in a nutcase. I believe everything is now hooked up as it will need to be. Now, I need to put all of the resources onto absolutely everywhere, but that's fine. All of this is now probably utter nonsense. Oh, if I mirror the whole thing... I can't because I've got these things in here. If I rotate the whole thing, then I can carry on using the solids inputs over here. I can turn this into a fluids input station. I can ignore this one, and I can keep this as the output. So that's going to make mean a little bit less wiring. So what have we got coming in? We have. Oh no, it's not going to work quite as nicely like that. But because things are going to be pointing in the wrong directions. I want to mirror it, but I can't.
Have you tried? Because a lot of things do support mirroring now.
Meh. Blueprint with Science Enhancer machine cannot be flipped.
Nah.
It's the Science Enhancer machine specifically. Okay, well, let's just put that there. And then let's cut all of that and put it over here. Yeah, I tried flipping the Science Enhancer earlier and it hadn't worked. So I was pretty sure it wouldn't work. Right, we'll squad you in there like that, and then we can bring this over the top there and down like that. There we go. So that's just as good. But now I've got that pointing off towards the solid station. I've got this pointing off towards the fluid station, and I've got this pointing towards the science output. There is a lot of spare space in this in this city block. I don't think I needed to bother with any of this, but I have anyway for fun. Right, so we have rocket fuel here, we have wood here, we have green circuits here. Is that really all I need to bring into this system? Oh wait, I need some what's the name bits. I need some cooling chests, so we need to move that. Boink boink like that. Then we put in a couple of these. Boink boink, and a couple more of these. And then this one needs to be moved up. But this also needs a cooling chest, so this needs to go down too. And then this needs to go up some to join the rest of the stuff. Put you there? Yes. But then we need to have that pop up there and then pipe in like this. Yeah, that's all fine. And then along here, I don't need to stop these. I could just let them fill the chest up completely, but it seems a bit unreasonable. So let's link that to there and tell that to stop when gears. I'm pretty sure this is gears. I'll check in a moment when I finish setting it. Gears is enabled when gears is less than 200. There, and oops, I haven't put one in over here yet. There, that. Right, this one is also gears, so we can copy that to there. We can also copy it to here, but then we need to remember to go in and change that to be plates. Plate, that one. That's the bunny. Right, and that's the danger of using foundries. They produce hot stuff. But that's fine. We can deal with it. This is a solved problem. We've done it many times before. Wood coming in. Green circuits coming in.
Does this mean the belts should also come out hot?
It does, yes. But fortunately, that is not the case. Maybe they come out pretty quickly. Is that good enough for coming out hot? Okay, so we have a block here that will produce the science. Lovely. The next thing to do is going to come over here and go, well, actually, I don't want any of this because this is going to be a fluid station. So actually, let's just delete that. And let's go off and find somebody else's fluid station that's already doing multiple fluids and then tinker with it. I don't want any of this. Actually, I kind of do. I don't want any of this. But I kind of want this bit because this is already set up to shenanigan out 3 different types of resource. So we'll keep that. We'll just go in here and remove all of this bit. This is still a suitable output. So that is absolutely fine. Is it still green? Green? Yes, it is still green. So that's great. Over here, we're now going to be bringing in wood. So lumber stacks to 100. Wood stacks to there's wood. Wood stacks to 100 as well. So I'm going to swap that straight over. We don't need those. We don't need wooden gears. Wooden gears, incidentally, because this is going to be relevant, also stacked to 100. I'm going to need green circuits, though. And those stacked to 200, so that means I need to double this number. And then we've got gears coming in here. I don't need gears, I need rocket fuel. So gears also stacked to 100, so get rid of that. I don't know why I right-clicked on it. That isn't relevant here at all. We need to find rocket fuel.
In the blue circuits.
Oh yeah, thank you. That stacks to 20. So we need to divide this by 5, which is 3,500. To round it a little bit, and it's probably going to be close enough. Right, so that's my 3 inputs. Then down here, all of this needs to be changed. So the order doesn't actually matter as long as I get the right resources in here. And as long as it's the same on all of them. So I'm turning lumber into wood because that seems logical. Oops. And then I turned wooden gears into green circuits, so let's do that again. As I say, the order doesn't matter as long as I do all of the things all of the same. And then we want finally rocket fuel. It's moved. It's not on the blue circuits anymore. And then we go and check to see if I've actually got these in the right order at the other end. So rocket fuel is going to come out here. Yes, that's it. That's correct. And then green circuits coming out in the middle. That's actually not correct, but it's going to be easy enough to swap them over. So I think I don't care. No, that's not the right tool. That tool. I want to upgrade all of this to blue belts because that's what I'm using all the way through. Blue belts are our standard. I haven't actually thought about whether things are faster. If I'm producing 70... Oh. If I'm producing 77 words, right? What numbers am I producing down here? Am I going to be okay with normal belts and normal inserters? Right. So we are intermediates. We're producing 14 of those. These numbers are all small. Nope. I'm looking the wrong place. Producing 24, and these belts are 45. So that's basic, and we only need half of them. So that's fine. We need 10 of those coming through. That's fine. That'll fit on half a belt. And we need 10 of these. So that's fine. That'll fit on half a belt. Up here, we are producing 77. That will not fit nicely on a belt. We are going to have to use stack inserters. We do not have We don't have long stack inserters yet, do we?
Nope, I don't think so.
Didn't think so. Okay. So that's...
Or is it a Rubia thing?
Long-handled stack inserters are a research we can't do because no one's made the other science pack. Because Laurence looked at it and went, I don't want to do this, I'm going to delegate to Mike.
Was that... Oh, that was the sort of... That was... in my defence, I think that was more of a sort of a... This is a significant and somewhat interesting thing. I'm going to let Mike decide how he wants it to be done. But,
well, that is what you said, yes.
Okay. As long as we understand each other, that's what matters. Right, so there we go. We can now use stack inserters to take those out, which will hopefully be sufficient. We will see. Now we're doing 10 items a second in. What's the speed of it? Oh, there we go. We do have that mod. Ah, there we go. So it's only 7.2, and we need 20 per second. So we're going to need 3 long-handled inserters to load these in. And the stack inserters, no, we're not, because that's 3 across all 4 of them. So one of them is actually going to be enough. I take it back. We'll remove the excess inserters. Part of me is very tempted to have a second long inserter on each one, just in case. Oh, if we're making 70 on the out, 77, call it 80. We need 20 on these stack inserters are only very nearly enough. So I am gonna put in 2 stack inserters for the outputs. This is crazy. We're taking in the resources to make 2.5 science packs, and we're producing almost 20 from them. This is how powerful these systems are. So we need 1 red inserter putting in the 2 resources that make it, and then 2 stack inserters. Well, 1 and a smidge stack inserters taking them back out again. That is honestly, that's ridiculous. Cubium is a wee bit broken. Have I mentioned?
Yep.
This is Cubium and Igris combined.
True. Yes, Cubium and Igris combined. Yes, but. I mostly blame Cubium.
You know, I'm keeping an eye on the resource drain on Norvis a bit, and we are not using, like, I'm actively trying to get rid of 1 copper patch, and it's just not happening. Here, this is the one we are currently trying to drain, and that's.
We're just not using enough copper to drain the patch.
In the last, I think in the last 5 streams or something, we like the top left one disappeared, so.
Someone keeps queuing up these
200,000
mining productivity research.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
so we've got crazy mining productivity research. Then we're putting it all through the most economical foundry systems we can possibly make, like crushing it and then foundrying it and so on. Then we're going. Then most of copper usually goes into making circuits, which we're doing in EM plants, and that's crazy productive as well. And then most resources go into science production, and we're making 10 times the amount of science we should be. No wonder we're not getting through anything. Right, so we need to now remove that, especially because it's a purple science at the moment, and that, because these just won't be able to keep. Well, actually, it's not so much the inserters won't be able to keep up; it's the belt won't be able to keep up if we dump out single size piles. So we'll get rid of all of that as well. And then, yeah, over here, we now have the input coming in here, and the output coming out down here. And then this comes out to, well, yeah, to wherever. That's the science output. Except I've updated the wrong one, oh, for goodness sake.
New science block is sciencing. And
Yep.
we are up to 7.5.
Let's come in here and do, I
1,500
want to replace a thingy.
added from that.
Yep.
Ish.
Boink.
We should get another
Yeah.
1,500 shortly. So soon our science per minute might be over 9,000.
Huh. That is an important number.
The meme and everything.
Well, we have just been on the meme planet, so I'm just thinking I could condense this a little bit further by moving this all one square to the left, so only using underground belts here. But as I said, we're using so little space at the moment, it just does not seem worth it. Right, let's now take this and put it in over here. None of these belts are right. Well, actually, it's not quite true. Some of these belts are right. That goes there, and then we get rid of this bit. This is indeed my rocket fuel. This is my wood, and then these are my green circuits. Can confirm. Right, so that's that linked in. The next part is the complicated, difficult bit. This is going to be a 3-fluid station, just what we like. So let's go over to Maluna. Let's go over to Norvis and find where somebody else has made a 3-fluid station, just in case they have, or at least 2-fluid station. Okay, so here we have it. Here we have a 2-fluid station. Honestly, I might just copy this as a. Hang on, no, this is a 3-fluid. This is exactly what I want. Awesome. Except it's broken.
Which one is broken?
Yours.
This one, there is too much. Oh, you've put the somehow you've got molten iron in your magic fluid. Gross.
Who did that?
It says Sophia all over it. So.
No, yeah, in my mind, I'm blaming Mark because he said something about, oh, you should do this, and I was like, yeah, okay.
What could possibly go
I
wrong?
don't know exactly what this is right now, but I know it was something, you know.
I don't see why it's happened. There's very little molten iron in there. Just drain the system. I reckon you very briefly linked some pipes. I reckon if you drain the molten iron out of the magic fluid system, I think that's just going to fix it. Yeah. So I suspect while you were doing whatever it was Mark said you should do, you accidentally linked the. You probably put in a pipe here or something like that. So I feel reasonably safe copying this station now.
Yeah, I think what my suggestion was to not copy the tanks, but add a new pipe between the pumps and the tanks, so you can add more tanks, more pumps, basically. Because the pipes are not throughput limited anymore.
Exactly, it was something about more pumps, but I can't.
So Laurence, I would suggest to move the tanks one tile down, basically, and add a pipe in between there.
Oh, move the tanks one pipe down. Okay, I thought you were going to say have a little bit of space between them.
No, just move all the tanks one down, and then you can add like a lot more pumps.
You're going to have an issue with this train.
I see. So yeah, if I do that, no, it isn't going to work. Because if I put pipes here and here, I can then spread them out a little bit as I was thinking I might do anyway.
Then you can put the
spread that to
the pumps somewhere else, exactly.
And then spread that to.
Why is it requesting this much though?
And then we can have a pipe all the way across there, and a pipe all the way across.
Oh, because it never got there, of course.
So the second one turned up, and now a third one's turned up.
And then we can go.
Preston, you lied to us. It's not 9,000. It's 8.85.
He said soon over 9,000.
Yeah, give it time. Let more modules arrive.
Yeah.
That is a lot of pumps. Oh, and I need to copy the settings, or extreme sadness will happen. There we go. That's only slight. No, I was going to say that's only slightly ridiculous. I take that back. That is genuinely ridiculous. But it'll work. I have no criticisms there. It's just a silly system. Yes, 3 fluid is awesome. Right, so we bring that down to there. Move that across a little bit so we can link it in, and boom, there we go. That is molten. Yes, it is molten iron. Excellent. Then over here you are magic fluid, and you are dream concentrate. So we bring this up to here, and then peep, like so, and you need to come from there to there, and then there. Right, that is missing a corner. There we go. That feels pretty good. I think. I've linked in all my 3 fluids up here. Chat. I should catch up with chat. Here we go. Numbers being green. Yes, fine. Mike's way of building is definitely not the best, especially on Rabaska, where we're very short of electricity. I will happily dispute that. UPS is capped at 36 because Sophia's computer is slow. Yeah, my brain is easily derailed. That happens. The squirrel videos haven't been released yet, so I don't think we can blame them. But eventually, yes, probably can. Science is always issued from a different point of view. Science is supposed to be flexible if new evidence is discovered, but yeah, maybe not quite enough. So, right. So down here, yes, this is all going to be fine. Well, I'm going to upgrade these inserters because they are not going to be able to keep up. So first, we'll turn that into a blue, and then we'll remove that bit because where's the science coming out? The science is coming out here. Just run that merrily through the middle of the city block because who needs all this space? It's funny, isn't it? Yeah, your factory gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then you get new tech, and it starts to get smaller and smaller and smaller again. You go, oh, why did we build this enormous? Why have we made the city blocks this big? But I think we were probably quite glad of them at the time. Let's just whack another upgrader across that. There we go. Green is probably going to be fine there. Maybe I should make these white. I don't think it's necessary. Right. So this is all fair, probably good. Let's link that there. Let's link that there. You don't need to link them in on all sides, but it's sort of somehow it feels like a good idea just in case things go horribly wrong. Oh, I was going to say I also need one of these in the middle somewhere, but I've got one already, so that's fine. I think this is okay. Does anyone want to idiot check my design before I drop it into the factory and everything goes bang? Or should I just drop it in and see if everything goes bang?
Which of these options is more fun?
Fine.
I'll idiot check it, but because it's not going to be 100% anyway, you know.
Yeah, if it passes the idiot checking, we just need a better idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to tidy up this belt here because it offends my delicate sensibilities. No, I'm not. Yeah.
I mean, you could just test it, like have some inputs from.
I could, yeah. I could put in some infinite inputs and see what happens. All right, let's do that. This is probably the sensible thing to do. So we need infinity pipes, and then end pipe. So what are you? You are molten iron. Oh, we need electricity as well. That'd be useful. And then I'd copy the whole lot across with all of the infinite things in it, and Tristan tells me off. As is traditional.
If I must.
You don't have to, you just seem to want to. Right.
Oh, you don't need more than 4 of these machines? That's nice.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a bit ridiculous, but it seems to be the case. Sparkly liquid.
Oh, yeah, it's green science, of course, it's super fast, yeah.
And dream concentrate. I have also sped them up a little bit. That's not dream concentrate. Oh, it'll be in here. Dream concentrate. I think I have beaconed them as well as well. So they're running at. I don't even know because they've got productivity modules in them as well. All right, and then over here, how am I going to do this nicely? I don't think I am. I'm just going to do it nastily. Infinity chests go here. Yeah, I'm just going to half-arse this to make sure it nominally works. That's not the right place for that. Let's just do them here, here, and here. And then express loader there, there, there. And then along here we have rocket fuel. Said in faintly questioning tones. There we go, rocket fuel. And wood. And green circuits. I am only getting half belts from this, but I'm expecting that to be enough. Okay, we don't need that. And we don't need that. They are superfluous. Oh, we need some power up here, apparently. That would be useful. This is. Oh, yes, when I moved them up, I didn't move the this guy. Fine, you can have your very own substation. Does that make you feel special? So we've got the cooling things going on over here. That's going to take a little while to be useful. Belts are coming out at a rate. That's nice.
There you go, Mark. Over 9,000.
An enormous quantity of cubes would also be useful.
Totally not because it's Factorio. It may have just about been just about able to reach 9,000. Just as that.
I saw.
Yay, over 9,000. Is that Foliax research? Did you say?
Yes, it is.
Right, okay. Foliax researches happen much faster than other researches for technical reasons. By technical reasons, I mean because they're set, because the time on each research thing is 10 seconds instead of 60. So they happen like 6 times as fast. All right, let's chuck an obscene number
16.
of
Okay.
And these in here
Oh,
like this.
project stuff. There's not even double anymore.
How are we getting on over here? Okay, so we've got some cool gears. We're still waiting for plates to chill. There we go. There's some chilled plates. Right. Stuff has started to be made, and therefore should continue to be made, in theory. I say stuff, actually, no, we've got the inserters being made. We haven't made any science yet. So we've still got that to see. 2 outermost pumps don't have an input pipe. Which 2 outermost? Oh, up here. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's because I moved stuff out and then didn't extend the pumps. Don't think it matters, because we've got such massive throughput from the sheer number of pumps across there, but...
Nope.
Right, here we go. And these are all stacks of green science coming out here, so that's silly. We don't seem to have enough inserters. Interesting. Is that
We don't have all the inserters filtered, the stack inserters.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Bother. Let's do this for now. I thought I set that because they were set to be. These were set to be. Some were set to be far, and some were set to be near. But now I've. All right. Okay. So that should be. Yeah. So we've got some cubes coming down here. I don't care. The research has stopped because we've run out of. Interesting. So is it this that's... Oh, this is in the wrong place. There we go. That's supposed to be up here to affect these foundries as well. So again, when I moved up to do... So you know what, let's put it in there. Oh yeah, when I moved these 2 foundries up to allow the cooling chests, I didn't move this beacon up with them. So again, same cause of the problem, but at least it's a fairly easy one to fix. So now this is going to be running out mumbly times faster, and all will be well. So this guy is running.
What's your production rate?
77
per second.
per second.
Okay. That's 3 times faster than the current build.
Okay. Yeah, I aimed for the same speed, I believe, as the purple science. Although that's 75, this is 77, but you know, it's basically the same speed. Right, so now we've got, hopefully, that's a good...
Big hatch on Gleaver.
I think this is fast enough. This is making 4 per second, and these are using... Oh, maybe it's not. Oh yeah, because we've got the 100% productivity bonus on this. So this is making 4 per second. This one needs 5 per second in order to make 10 per second, and these need slightly less than 2. That's pretty close. 10 per second. Yeah. 4 per second. We need 5. So yeah, this is definitely fast enough. This is making it 4, and this one's making. Oh no, yeah, and this is using 5. But this, and then this is making 10 per second, and these are using just under 2.5. So yes, this is really... This machine is only just fast enough. Down here, we're having trouble, though. We're not getting enough lumber... Okay, we're not getting enough lumber through. That's interesting. So, yeah, the lumber was an area where I was a little bit concerned that we weren't going to have enough. And I think the problem is... There's not... Yeah, there's... Apparently not enough lumber coming through. That's a shame. So, I guess the sensible thing to do would be to swap these 2 machines over and then put another speed beacon in here to get them. And get a bit more lumber coming through. Now, we seem to have enough... We probably have enough belts up here because we're making them... Yeah, we're making them crazily faster than we actually need them. So this doesn't actually need to be sped up, but this one does. So actually, better idea. Let's just do that. Tristan, do you happen to know what quality of speed modules we have in general availability?
Not really. Try rares, I guess, because we don't use. If you, well, it depends what you need.
1.
No, as in what quality you want, because we don't generally use speed modules.
Fair enough.
Quality,
I probably don't need a particularly fast. I probably don't even need a rare one in here. It's just going to be. Let's see what happens. But yeah, there we go. Now we have. Seems to be keeping up. Yeah, that's definitely keeping up. Okay, so I needed to tweak one of the modules. So my numbers weren't quite right, but they were one module. With one module tweak, they're now okay. And over here now, these are not... And it should be...
Also, you know, wood is infinite, so you really wouldn't need productivity modules in there unless you want to have them for belt throughput reasons.
I don't actually care. It was just there seemed to be the capacity, so I only need one of each machine. So I thought, well, we might as well productivity them. As you say, yes, it is indeed infinite, but this one we do seem to not quite have right. What are you struggling on? It is still the burner inserters, which is weird because you should be making 4 a second, and you're using 5 a second, right? Okay. Now you're making 6 a second. Okay, and you're producing, and you need three lumber a second there, and I can't tell because this doesn't need to run flat out. It's going to have to be checked. Empirically. It runs and runs and runs and runs, and then it suddenly stops. Why does it stop? Do you want to... Why is that inserter being so bloody lazy?
Output was full.
Oh, but then it just gets chucked over in one go, and suddenly there's a problem.
Yeah, but it's output full, and then it starts, and the input is empty for some reason.
You might benefit from lowering the amount the inserter moves in per swing.
The top what the output? Oh yeah,
no, the input one.
Oh,
because it will then pick up a lot faster, but it will also not fill the machine up as high.
True. Let's try that. See if that solves the problem. And I think I might need the same thing here as well, because I think I saw the same problem there. Yes, that's run out now. Oh, but it does have an full output. Yeah, maybe all of these, maybe the stack inserters are a bit just generally too good. Let's switch all of these down to 5 per second. 5 per swing.
Or you could just use blue inserters, you know.
It's probably true, actually.
Power.
Yeah, actually, using blue inserters is probably a good shout, because then it'll make it a bit more obvious what's going on. That's a weird problem that I don't expect to have. It feels very... I don't want to start putting buffer chests in the middle, but yes, it's still having it. Yes. It's still doing the same problem. I think. Right, so... Yeah, and it's now run out of... Oh, it's got full output, though.
Just only really the ones drawing from the belts that are relevant.
Are you sure?
Because they're the ones where having a bigger hand size means it's got to wait before it actually moves them across.
Oh, I see what you mean.
You're waiting for the swing time no matter what the hand size is. Or if you lower the hand size low enough, then the output never gets
try that then.
Massively high.
Yeah, because this keeps going red. I was running out of green inserters for the same sort of reason, I think. No, it's run out of... Oh no, it's its output. Oh, its output's filled up. Okay, that's fine. Now we're slightly short of belts. What the hell? What are you struggling with? Wooden belts. What? I thought I... Are you doing the same sort of problem down here with lumber? Yes, yeah, the lumber mills were not quite fast enough. So the people who were telling me that I should make the lumber mills weren't going to be fast enough. It appears you were quite right. Is that now
You're
enough?
going to want to change the input to blue inserter as well?
Probably, yeah. Right, okay, that does seem to be better. So it's probably a good thing I did do the test run, but it wouldn't have caused any serious problems. It's not like I've mixed fluids or something like that. But it was nice to get these things fixed up first, probably.
Oh, you have a power problem at the pumps from the train station.
Oh yeah, yeah. There we go. Get a couple more in that way as well. Right, so that does seem to be, yeah, that seems to be good now. I think I'm happy with that. Let's put this into the real world. Oh yeah, Rio and Quago told me about that as well, and regular. Is the wooden right? Longhand. Which long-handled inserters are not fast enough? There's some down. Oh, these ones here. They should be. They can do 7.3 items per second, and we need 5 items per second coming in off those belts. So they should be okay. If they seem to not be, and these green lights are now steadily on, if they seem to not be in the future, I can always put in a second red inserter in the same way I've got multiple multiple white inserters unloading them. I am curious, actually. Let's rotate this guy. Let's see if one of these is actually enough to keep it running. Yeah, okay. One stack inserter is enough along here, so let's get rid of some of these. Save the power, as Tristan was asking for before. So it's going on to the outside, that's going on the inside, that's on the outside, that's on the inside. Good. Right, that's enough tinkering, I think. Oh, does the inserter speed mod not take stack sizes into account? That's a shame. Oh well. Right, Mark, do you have any preferences where I stick this green science production?
Yes. I'm trying to move our pollution cloud to the east. So I'd say somewhere like there.
Okay,
maybe.
I can stick it in that one. That's no problem. Do you have a preference for which way up I put it? Shall I just spin and spin and spin until and then choose at random?
I'd say since you're next to
There we go. That's the random.
I'd say fluid to the bottom.
All right.
Because it's next to Saphira Station, which has the same rotation for the fluid.
Okay.
But
all right.
yeah.
Right. So I'll do that. Now I'll remove all the Haxy Cheaty Infinite things because we're not going to be able to build those. There's going to be a moaning and a whining from the bots, so we'll remove them. And if there's a moaning and a whining from the bots, then there'll be a moaning and a whining from the Tristan. So it might as well do it properly. Okay, so there's now a lone Roboport down here. Let's give it some power. Might as well be nice to it. Okay, bot frenzy time. Bum 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 bum. Ba 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 da bam bam ba ba da bam bam. No, they're all just charging up. Ba ba da bam 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 ba da bam 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 ba da bam 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 ba da bam. Well, at least it'll give even if it is inaccurate due to us having increased stack sizes. At least it'll give us a minimum. So it might, even if it's not right, it'll tell if it says it's okay, then it will be okay. So yeah, it's potentially not ideal, but it'd be perhaps close enough.
You want to change the train station names?
That's a good idea. Oh god. Right. For green stuff. Nope, it's in here. Green science. Specifically that green science. Okay. And then what do you
I'll point out that I think the light was yellow. Which means the train is on its way there.
Okay, well hopefully the bots will build quickly enough and it won't matter.
Well, no, the train will arrive there and then go off to a different station.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, so it will.
Which may not have space for it.
Well, unless the bots are built by then in time.
No, because you've renamed the station.
Oh, I see. I see a new train. I'll keep an eye out for it. Right, so here we've got wood, rocket fuel, and an inability to click in the right place. And remember when it's a double click and when it's a single click, apparently. So we've got that one, and we've got that one, and we've got green circuits, that one. I see no train. It's presumably still filling up somewhere. Oh, now I've got that train's coming there as well. And then up here we have, what are you? Your green science output. Okay, that's fine. That one's already correct. I need to get my cubes though, so that means I need to use Tristan's blueprint. So is this, oh I see it, yeah. So I set the number in, what? How does this work? So there's a blue chest there and there's a counter. So do I set C on this combinator and that's how many cubes I want?
Train has just run away.
Yeah, I'm getting it back.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to place the blueprint down?
Okay.
I've always just copied it from my previous design. I haven't actually used the blueprint.
Doesn't really matter where it goes, does it? It'll all just pour around and end up in the right place.
No, I put it on the feed into the chests just so
okay.
there's a decent amount of space. So turn that just so that nothing loads initially. No, it's on the inserter. It's C less than
I see.
a number. You set that number to the amount you want.
Okay. Yay, I've got some magic fluid. Hurrah! Blip, 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 blip. Oh, the cheating pipes. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Yeah,
I removed those.
Yes, I see. Someone said you'd got rid of them. Right, so that's now pumping the magic fluid. There we go. The magic fluid is gone. There is a wood train in the area. A wood train. I guess it's gonna. Oh no, it's just going somewhere else. This is not my wood train apparently. Maybe this is. There we go. This is one of my supply trains. There we go. Green circuits. Lovely. Oh, we got some wood. Why do we get a tiny bit of wood? Why the train's not staying? What the hell?
Because that's... Oh, did they get dispatched before you renamed the station?
Oh, possibly.
Yeah, they're heading over. It's heading over to the wrong station. I've got the green circuit one.
Oh, to the other one. Yeah.
Who told me to rename the stations?
I've rescued the green circuit one. I don't know what the previous one was. Oh, the wood one that's gone.
I disabled the requester station for the old build.
That won't change anything.
Not for now, but yeah.
Right, I've claimed the wood stations, the wood train, so it's going to behave itself now.
Where did you send it?
Randomly down to just out of the way for the time being, and then to more or less the right place. And then I've sent it to the correct place. No, I haven't. Remove that. Add station. That one. Go to this. Have I forgotten?
Shift.
No, yes, there we go. Right, go there. Yeah. Yeah, well, just think how hard it would have been to catch these trains if they had been going at full Rubia speed.
You don't have power on the cube stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Just a...
Oop, now I do.
It's a good job there was power on both the combinator and the inserter at the same time.
I haven't got any lumber mills coming through.
They're on their way.
We don't seem to be short of them, though, so that's all right.
I just added them to the...
Oh, okay. Thank you. Where's the wood train? There's the wood train. Okay. Doink. Alright, green circuits are green.
There you go, Mark. We are actually over 9,000 science per minute.
Wood train did off of... Oh, for
nice.
goodness sake. Go there and wait until empty. Jeez. You wouldn't think I've got mumble 1,000 hours in this game, would you? Yep, our science rate is now over 9,000. You're quite right. 9,022, in fact. Yay, here comes the wood. Wood. We're not going to do anything. We can't do anything with the wood until we get the rocket fuel. But, you know, it's a good start. How much would a wood train would? About 16,000, that's a guess. Yeah, 16,000. Oh, okay. It could 16,000 wood, but apparently only 14,000 would. It only would 14,000.
Oh, the rocket fuel's nice and close.
Oh yeah, right, just to the north. Yeah, I could pipe it down with a belt. I won't, but I could. Hello, Krampus. Yes. Oh, you've just started playing Factorio a few days. You started playing Factorio a few days ago. Yeah, this is a
welcome.
Yeah, welcome to the your new obsession. This is not normal Factorio. This is Factorio with a lot of mods added. So yeah, we've got this. This is just our Norvis factory. We have a number of different planets. We have a number of different planets to go out and play on. I think the second biggest is probably, at least by sheer quantity, maybe Foliax. Where's Foliax? Here's Foliax. This is another quite large bus system. There's quite a lot going on over here. Yeah, you've got another at least 5,000 hours of it to go. Yeah. Oh, and then we've got, I like, one of my favourites is Pelagos. This is a lovely one. This involves shipping. So we've got massive ocean with some little islands scattered around. And then we have these cargo ships that will carry stuff around between them. Yeah, we are currently 8 days and nearly 5 hours of solid actual play in, and it's more than that because we've been running the game at a bit less than full speed for quite a while. This is
also
my favourite.
Normally 5 players.
Oh yeah, we do have 5 players as well. So in a way, we've actually been playing for 40 days at this point. That's a terrifying thought. And this is my favourite planet because we're producing enormous quantities of booze over here. We're making ethanol to then go off and power all of our machines. Yeah, starting with vanilla base game, that is the correct way to start. Do not jump in with something ridiculous like this, but enjoy the vanilla. Play through Norvis, get to the point where you've launched some rockets, you're happy with using trains, you've started doing on the infinite sciences, all that sort of stuff. Then, and only then, once you're happy with that, and you've maybe messed around with circuits a little bit, at that point you can then buy the Space Age DLC, and that comes with a few of these planets. So the Space Age DLC will give you, I can't even find them, Fulgora, it'll give you Gleba, it'll give you Vulcanus, and it'll give you Aquilo, and those are some. Then those will take you out, and they will take you out of your comfort zone, and they will give you new stuff that is still Factorio, but is a little bit different and gives you different challenges and makes you think about it in different ways, and that's a lot of fun. And then once you've completed that, at that point you could try something silly like this. We've come along, we've put in an extra 30 planets because we're lunatics, and it's a lot of fun, but it's very time consuming and it gets quite complicated. So can recommend, but it's not a place to start with. Yeah,
also join our Discord for tips and tricks.
Join.
It's a nice community.
Yes, what Mark said. We're all lovely people, of course. Yeah, you can put a car on a train as long as you dismantle it and put it. As long as you dismantle it first and then put it into the train that way. Binary star. Do we have a binary star? Yep, I'm clicking on something. I'm not sure what. I don't think we have a binary star down here. Oh yes, we have a halo around the other star over here. Yes, it's we haven't got out to this stage yet. As the planets that are sort of greyed out like this are ones we can't go to yet. We've accidentally discovered this one because we needed to in order to get from Gleba to Fulgora via the Cenestella Stargate. But and there are a couple of other planets like Arig we haven't actually been to yet. But generally, the ones that are highlighted are the ones we've done or are doing. And the ones that are greyed out are the ones that we haven't been to yet. So there's quite a lot to go. Yeah, it's there's a lot to this mod. But as I say, this is deliberately a very silly way to play Factorio. It's a lot of fun, but it's very, very silly. And it is absolutely not how you should start as a beginner. Absolutely not. Right, so cubes are... The cubes over here, this is another silly thing that we've added in. In fact, should we let us go through this new build that I've just completed and count the ways that it is non-vanilla. So the simplest, the first thing is these foundries that are making my iron plates and iron gears out of molten iron. Those are from the Space Age DLC, so they're sort of vanilla, but they're not in basic Factorio. Similarly over here, I've also got foundries making the belts and making the gears over here as well. Then we've got lumber mills, which are similar to foundries, except for doing wooden things instead of metal things. Those are from a mod, so those are from the Lignumis mod that adds in lots and lots of wooden stuff. So we've got those. They're just slightly more effective machines. You can see over there on the right-hand side, we've got some crazy productivities out of them because they can take lots of modules and they have a free 50% productivity bonus. Then I'm making the inserters in machining assemblers. Those come from the Rubia mod, and they get us a 100% productivity bonus, but they are quite slow. So I've chucked a speed module in this one. There's room for lots and lots of modules, but I can't put productivity modules in here because inserters are considered the final product, so there's no point in putting anything else in there. It's fast enough. All of this over here, this is all entirely vanilla. You could do this in your standard base game right now if you felt the urge. I'm not sure I'd recommend it, but you could. Up here, nope, down here, we're dropping off lots of fluids. Now the fluids are not vanilla, but again, the station design we're using here, where we're bringing in 3 fluids and then sorting them, you could do that. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could do that. This is certainly possible. Then, what have we got? Then over here, right, we're bringing out the parts. So you've probably made green science by now, I imagine, Krampus, because it's the second science pack. So you make green science out of inserters and belts. Great. And we're doing that... Oh, we're doing that in a science enhancer machine. That's from another mod, that's from Igris, because that gives you a 50% productivity bonus as well. So you get more science out for the bits and pieces you're putting in. So that's lovely. And so you're putting in the same components, but you're getting 50% more science out. But in order to make that a bit more balanced, you need to bring in magic fluid, which also comes from Igris, and you need to pump that into the machines. It's an extra thing that it uses in order to make it a bit more balanced, so you don't just get 50% free science packs for nothing. Then we have the next level of silliness, which is the Cubium cube system. And this allows you to get another set of science recipes. So if we look in here, we have the enhanced logistics science recipe that uses the energized microcubes and the dream concentrate, both of which we're bringing over from Cubium in our spaceships. And that means that we're functionally, we're getting about 10 times the amount of science out that we should be. You can see there over on the left, we're bringing in about 2.5 of each of the inputs, and we're getting out almost 20 of the outputs. So we're getting out, I guess, 8 times as much science as we should be with the vanilla recipe. So, but we have to faff around with this cube nonsense, which to be honest is less faffy than bringing over the resources. Oh, but we are bringing over the dream concentrate as well. So yeah, there's some stuff. There's stuff like that makes things more interesting, more exciting. Oh, can I move chat? I can indeed move chat. Sorry about that. I moved it over there because I was playing a different game on Wednesday, and that was a good place to put it. So what was I? Yes, if I mouse over this, you can see there on the right, producing about 2.5. Taking in about 2.5 belts and 2.5 inserters and outputting almost 20 science packs, so about an 8 times multiplier on that one. Sorry, Quagor and Mitchell, I have been apparently missed every single time you've asked me to move chat, because that was something I would absolutely do. I've just been not noticing. This is a big list of smaller mods. So every single planet is its own. Every single planet is its own mod, and we've chucked in a few extra ones like LTN because you might as well. So it's not remotely balanced. There are a lot of things that are very, very silly and don't work and sort of unbalance the game when you have them together. Like Cubium is the worst. As I say, with Cubium you can get 8 and Igris. You can get 8 times the science productivity, 8 times the science production for the same level of inputs, and that's frankly silly. And it has unbalanced the game a little bit, so to the point where we've started making some rules about it, and it has a number of other things like that will just unbalance the game. So we've been going in and we've been going, well, that's clearly not fair. Let's ignore that. Let's not use that recipe because it's basically cheating. Right, yes, I did see the cube. I did see the cube comment. I was just trying to get to the end of my description before I looped back to it. So. Arig may well be the next planet. I have a feeling it is. You're probably right there, Ario. Whaleme, yeah, I think at least another year. I mean, the planets are going past faster than they were at the start because we have such an industrial base on Norvis now. So yeah, maybe another year. Doesn't seem unreasonable. Yeah, for about 4 vanilla buildings in there, and even those are space age ones. So yep, quite right. Mitchell has pointed out that I may need a few more cubes. So let's have a look. Maybe there was some. Maybe I did the maths before I put the speed modules on this or something like that. So we're using 2.5. No, because hang on. You say 9.9 cubes per second. So yeah, maybe I didn't multiply. So we're using about 10 per second. So that's 600 a minute, or 3,600, 36,000. Yeah, you're quite right. That should be 36,000. Yeah. I don't know how I got that wrong. I reckon I probably did it off one machine. Let's see. So, one machine, 1630. No, but that number doesn't add up either. I don't know how I got it wrong. I did get it wrong. Thank you for pointing it out. Are we going to update the mod packs? So that's a tricky one, because a lot of the imbalances come from things like, so for example, maybe going in and moving. The biggest thing I think that's unbalanced it is Cubium, and that's far. I think that's broken so many things. Perhaps moving Cubium out to beyond Aquilo would fix it. That would fix all the Cubium problems. Other imbalances, apparently Tiber is going to have some of those sort of imbalances. Otherwise, we've had things like saying you're not allowed to use the planet hopper until you've established a rocket launch system on that planet. So the planet hopper is a little thing you can make. Looks like this. It's a miniature rocket silo, and with that, with at the cost of only a little bit of solid fuel or some sort of burnable and a bit of steel, you can jump your character from one planet to another. We have decided that is cheating until you have got rocket silos on the planet. You're not allowed to use it until you could get off the planet another way. But once you have got those rocket silos, it's absolutely fine to use it as an easier way of getting around. We also have the bunny hop drive, which is a similar sort of thing, but it's a piece of inventory. It's a piece of equipment you can put in your armor. So again, we're saying that if you can't leave the planet any other way, you're not allowed to leave it the fun ways either.
Also for the Cubium stuff, I said for Norvis we don't want to make the Dream Concentrate the cheaty way, but use the Norvian way with the Biterex or something. So we put that behind Glabber.
On Fulgora, for example, this is one of the ones where I really felt that Cubium broke things. We went in, we actually finished this entire planet in one stream, and having played this in vanilla, it was far easier than it should have been, because we're using the same sort of cube recipes over here. We're getting about, I think this one is about 10 times the productivity bonus, and so we only needed a factory about 1/10 of the size. And Cubium wasn't that much hard. Using the cube stuff wasn't that much harder because we're just generating cubes from we're recycling our cubes with solid fuel, which is trivial to make on this planet, and then we're just generating the Dream Concentrate here very, very easily. So it's a bit too easy, and I felt that kind of spoiled Fulgora. However, if Cubium had been out here somewhere, so we'd built Fulgora up to a decent size first, and then later, a year later, many hours later, we'd gone out to Cubium and we'd gone, aha, now we can use all these tricks and cheaty things to make Fulgora massively better, go back and upgrade it. That, I think, will be absolutely fine. And that's the sort of thing we've done on Norvis with technologies like the... like going out and bringing the foundries back from Vulcanus in order to make our metal productions much more efficient, or bringing back the EM plants from Fulgora again to make circuit production much more efficient. And that was why Mark was saying a little while ago there is a patch of copper on this planet. It's got about it's only got about 200,000 in it, I think we said. But he's really struggling to use it up. This one here, this has got less than 200,000 copper in it. But it's been like that for many streams, and he set a priority.
Using 100 per minute, 100 ore per minute.
We're using 100 ore per minute and doing 900 science per and doing 9,000 science per minute. Yeah. That's ridiculous. And yeah, okay. So this this research we're doing is using most of the Norvian science packs as well. We're chugging through these guys. Doing 9,000 science per minute, but if we go back into production as well, we can see if we search for science, we are producing 5,300 science per minute at the moment. There we go. We're producing 9,000 science per minute, but we're only using 2,000 of each of the science packs that we're using, because again we've got all kinds of useful productivity bonuses on the science labs themselves. Some of these are, and these are coming from the various different planets we've been out to. We've got various bonuses. Let me see if I can find it. So some of the labs, these ones are from Gleba. These give you a 50% productivity bonus and a 50% science pack drain. So you get 3 times as much science out, I think. And then we went to Foliax and we got these guys, and these have a 28% science pack drain, so and a 71% productivity. So you're getting 4 times 0.7, 4 times 1.7. We're getting a lot of science out of these. So you can see we're getting. It gets a little bit silly, but you know, number goes up. It looks impressive. It's fun. We quite like this. Oh, thank you for the follow, Krampus.
The other part with that is the 100 ore we're using per minute. That's 11 ore coming out of the patch.
Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, the smiley face over here. I've made sulfuric acid patch.
That's probably because I'm looking at the I'm using the mod resource monitor.
Oh, okay.
And I believe that watches the field drain.
Oh, okay.
So in the last 10 minutes, we've had 2.4 thousand copper per minute made, and somehow
that's a bit higher than the
Laurence, if you
100%.
in the yet another resource monitor on the left, if you click on there, there, first one, so second.
Yep, there
second
we go.
Button.
So copper ore is being used up. We're using 382 a minute apparently.
Nope, there. That's the average over game time.
Oh.
The 380 is average over game time. If you mouse over the number, it says the current drain.
Oh, current is 58 per minute. 58 per minute. Wow. So we're actually using less now than our overall average. That is crazy. Yep. So okay, let's pull out to 250 hours. So you can see we had copper. Copper ore, let's look at copper ore consumed, because that's what really matters. We had this massive spike here, 5.7, what is that? I don't even know what how long ago this is. 5.8 days ago. Right, this scale along the bottom is days. Okay then. So yeah, about 5 or 6 days ago, we had a massive spike in our copper ore usage, and then it just calmed down a lot. So this will be when we're building Norvis out, I suspect. And then we started going off to other planets. And even though our science rate, please hold, science rate has been going up like that, our copper consumption has stayed relatively steady at about 3,500 a minute. So that's copper ore consumption. So yeah, these are silly graphs. I enjoy them.
That copper spike has done nothing at that point on the science graph.
Yeah.
No, that's all belts, probably belts and circuits just for expansion. That's probably pre-Vulcanus.
Yeah, maybe. We don't ship belts in from Vulcanus to Norvis, though, apart from the green ones.
Yeah, the green ones, but I
yeah,
mean,
but we're not using greens
I know
everywhere.
people that are using them mainly.
Can't be me. I use blue belts all the way through the green science production, and I technically I could have used some red belts in there for quite a bit of that if that would have made you feel better. But I reckon that blue belts were probably
No, blue as a default is fine for now. Just as a side note, you increased the cube value. You doubled it, 33k.
Slightly more than doubled. Yeah, somebody pointed out I got the maths wrong.
Yeah. Are you sure that that will fit into your steel chests?
No, I am not. Let's just go and investigate that. So we have each chest will hold potentially 480. Yee. And there are 28 chests. 28 times 480 is not very many. 28 times 480 is 13.4k. Okay. Well, it hasn't been a problem yet. Okay, I'll fix it. How do I want to go about doing this? Probably by going out this way, and then just putting it all the way across. I was going to say all the way across top here. All the way across here, and then back again, and then so on. So how many thousand did I say I wanted? I wanted 36,000. So 36,000 divided by 480 is 75. So I'm going to want about 80 chests. Okay. Let's build blocks of 10 or 20. So I want 4 of these. One, 2, 3, 4. Yep, nope, that way. Hang on, some of these belts are the wrong way round. I'll fix that in a second. It goes all the way up there. This one comes from down here. Like that. And then we go, hang on a minute, this belt should be going the other way. Turn this around like this. And there are alternative ways to do these belts, but this is going to be fine, I am pretty sure. Right, you go that way. And what are you? Oh, you're the label. Let's do that for now, and I'll tidy the belts up later. I probably won't. I won't tidy the belts up later. I'm lying to you, but I may well tidy the belts up later. So I don't.
Also, label is incorrect.
That's true. Thank you. 36th. Okay. 36,000 cubes in the system. Right. Let's remove all of that, because there's no cubes in there, and I'll remove all of that as well. Right, so when these cubes will eventually turn back into blue cubes. Oh, I'm going to need a lot more power in this area as well. But that's fine, we can sort it.
You can just output, remove the filter, and with that move
yeah. All right,
contents over there.
Yeah, just dump them back out. Then they'll loop round down here, up here, and go back into the system. So it'd be nice if we could have that piece of belt put in there. Come on, bots. There. No, got bored. No, was it putting it somewhere else? I do not know. Oh no, they're bringing they're still bringing the blue cubes or the blue and grey cubes over. Oh, come on. There's one very important piece of belt here. Could you just prioritise that, please? Right. I don't think my trains of thought do end. They will get to a
yeah, can confirm.
they just keep going, and then they get derailed and go off in a completely different direction, and then sometimes I might come back to a previous one, but I might not. They just go wherever they want, and by the time I get to the end of a train of thought, I probably will have got distracted by something else. Right. Old Foliax is unbalanced as well. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yes, Old Foliax was very, very unbalanced in among of itself and also the way it affected other planets. So yes, but the after we talked about it in one and there's an interview about when I talked to the author about this about Foliax. We had he's taken some of my suggestions on board, should we say, and he's now and he's done some rewriting of the mod to make it a bit more balanced and to work slightly better with a playthrough that has lots and lots of planets in it. We could warehouse the copper ore and go and rush the mining, but there's no real need, to be honest. I kind of agree with you, Mitchell. The hot metal has got a little bit annoying by this stage. We've got used to dealing with it, but it is a little bit silly.
I still like it.
I don't hate it, but it is also a little bit silly, and I don't feel it. I don't think it really adds to the game anymore.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, guys, I done fucked up.
Uh-oh.
I've been working on this little thing for a while, and I'm struggling to wrap my head around, like, why am I not getting any quality stuff out though? Like, what's going on? And I'm just now realizing that I'm using beacons and they reduce the quality. Yes. I feel so stupid.
Do you? I wonder if we can. I'm looking at alternative recipes for making engine units. I'm wondering if they can be done in a different machine, just to make you
they can
really
be
upset
done
you.
in Foundry, but it's more resource hungry.
Oh, okay. It requires activated carbon. Right.
Since it was a couple of weeks ago, I now remember that this was a thing that I had already thought of, but since forgotten, and now I've rediscovered it, and I was like, oh, yeah. That's why I had them placed so tightly before, Mark. If you remember how I built it, I had them so tightly. I'm like, why do I have these so tightly? I can fit beacons in here, right? And now I know why.
You were trying to save Future Sophia from Past Sophia by making sure you couldn't put the beacons in, except it turns out you actually could.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I just want to complain a bit. Thank you, guys.
Okay, you're very welcome. Yeah, so as you say, Quagor, we're turning. I'm going to just assume you've got the numbers right there. That, yeah, we can turn 2.4 thousand ore into 9,000 copper plates, and then those ore. But we're not even turning most of it into copper plates. A lot of it we're just turning straight into cables to put directly into circuit production. So that's even less of it from that. And then a lot of the circuits, we don't need as many of them because, well, there's a 100% productivity bonus on this thing because we're using a machining assembler to make the inserters, for example. And then over here, there's like 800% productivity or whatever I said it was. No, plus 700% productivity because of all the magic shenaniganery we're doing. We're just short of cubes over here, aren't we? Yeah, we don't have enough cubes.
Yeah, but regarding that, we are limited by the swing speed of that one inserter, which has to do it one at a time.
1 cube at a time. Why do you have to do it 1 cube at a time? Oh, it's because we don't know what's going to... Oh, it's because it needs to go into the counter? No.
Yeah, it'll overdo it if you don't do that. But this is because it's... You're not expected to sit there watching it.
Yeah, but...
But
if we want
it'll just
36,000 in the system...
Be, you know?
And we've got to 2.5 thousand so far, so we're nearly 10% of the way.
Yeah, I'd suggest lowering the number, like divide it by 4 or something, and just add 3 more systems.
I would suggest just whacking up the stack size on the inserter and letting it be 10 over if it happens to be. Factorio does not have to be a precise number game.
Fine for me as well.
I'm waiting for Tristan to explode in rage, but he doesn't seem to be saying anything. Or at least doing that for now, and then potentially dropping it later.
Yeah.
Are you seriously suggesting you're going to remember to drop it later?
No, I'm suggesting it is a thing that could be done. However, I don't actually care if we're up to. I mean, its stack size is 22. If there are 21 more cubes in the system, if there's 36,021 cubes in the system, I think it's going to be okay.
Yeah, when the system was designed, there wasn't a strong enough supply that the stack size of 1 was limiting it at all.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's true.
It doesn't matter which side of the belt the cubes are on, really. It'll sort itself out eventually.
Yep.
In fact, I suppose actually no. I see what you mean, because all of these are unloading onto the near side of the belt. We should actually have. Oh no, these are putting out onto the outer side of the belt. Yeah.
No, they are sorted. The blue ones are on one side, the grey ones on the other side after one turnaround.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's.
Oh, apart from the fresh one, the fresh
ones that are coming in are on the wrong
and that doesn't matter.
Side.
Yeah. Hang on.
No.
No, that would
what?
require...
No, that doesn't make sense. Everything is just on the starboard side of the belt. So we should either have the outputs putting onto the port side, or these outputs putting onto the port side. And I'm going to do these ones because there's fewer
Oh yeah,
of them.
that's.
Doink, doink.
That's
doink,
wrong. Yeah.
Doink. There we go. And
Did I fuck something up? That you
No,
copied?
Laurence.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
I
he just
did copy this from
copied
somewhere.
yours and used it differently.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh yes, is it? Yeah, yes, it's because I turned this belt round. That was it. That's why.
Exactly.
That's why
yeah.
it's different.
It
Yeah,
works
it
with
was
the
my
other
fault.
storage system.
Yeah, my fault. Right, so we've got 3 out of the 4 in science. Oh, 4 out of the 4 briefly then. So we're getting some good production over here. It's running at about 3/4 speed. We do still need more blue cubes, but it does seem that the inserters down here are capable of keeping up. We've got the first machine is working nicely. We've got a good healthy supply of everything going on here, so that's working. We've got a nice lot of green science pouring out up here. I don't know if a train's come out yet. It's kind of hard to tell, but we do have 14,000 green science produced, so that's looking pretty good, I would say. Right. Yes, so side of the belt, yes indeed. 75 chests needed, correct. Quality chest is a possibility. I would not even thought about that. Side of the belt is important. Yeah, cubes are on the wrong side of the belt. Yes, I didn't. Quality speed module? Oh yes, that's the quality speed module. That's the Sophia's thing. You're not supposed to watch it, and yes, all of us were staring right at it. Yeah, you're quite right. So it's shy. It doesn't want to have to perform when we're staring at it. That's a good point, actually. If the belt fills up, how many cubes are we getting through at full chat? 9.9. Okay, so no, the belt is easily capable of carrying 10 on one side of it. These are 40. This is 22.5 items per second, and we're using 10. Let me move that across a bit so you can see it. And we're using 10 cubes per second. So this will be absolutely fine. We'll just eventually we'll clog this belt up a bit with cubes, but that's fine. It's not a problem.
Just downgrade it to a red belt then.
I mean, I could. It would. I'd prefer to have the excess available for when the cubes start going off a little bit, because some of these are a little bit unfresh, shall we say? And if we hit capacity, then we could have if this fills up the station, then we could have quite a lot of cubes just sitting on this belt waiting to go out. So I'd rather have a little bit of extra capacity available. Yeah. Although, you know, I could put a filter on this splitter here and have it take the blue ones out one side, the grey ones out the other, and then pre-sort them. Is that remotely?
It's already doing that up top.
Yeah, but doing it at the bottom wouldn't really mean we get more flowing through. I don't think it would help. And yes, it is. So it's sorting them out at the top, yes. But if we sorted them at the bottom, then you could put them onto opposite sides, so you could hopefully always have a solid belt of blue cubes going up, solid half belt of blue cubes going through. But I don't think you would actually get that, because if there was a problem, you probably wouldn't get your grey cubes filtered out at the right time. So we won't worry about that. Yeah, at some point we will want to get rid of, or at least, no, we probably don't. We don't need to get rid of the old green science production. We just need to go in here and set the priority on the LTN station to. Mark already has set it to minus 120. So, assuming he did that after I built this, that will be absolutely fine. Let's check it over here. No, we still have a minus 120 over here. Mark,
yes.
How would you like us to do the priorities on these stations? Because at the moment they're the same priority. They're both 40. Because 160 minus 120. What is the logic? I don't want to just go in and change things. So I don't want to.
Not the priority. That's the provide threshold.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're right. So what is where is priority? It is not set.
Just remove on this station. We'll remove it, and on the other one, I'll add it. I'll set it to basically 1.
No, wait. You just removed the provide stack threshold, I think, because it was the same icon. I just misread the icon.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Oh, so that disables it, because it's saying don't provide until you've got more than a full station.
Yes.
Why are we not just setting the other one to a lower priority than this one?
I want to empty the station, the other one.
Oh,
fully.
Okay. Oh, I see. So you want your plan is to empty the green block and demolish it rather than leave it as a sort of emergency backup.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, the drop-off stations there aren't requesting anything.
Okay. I have now lost it. And the station. And oh, there it is. So these have been. Yeah, these have been. Oh, the station's disabled apparently. Oh no, the combinator's disabled. There we go. That's So we won't request anything else here. We'll churn through these supplies until we run out of iron gears, which we're about to, because there's not very many. That seems to be the thing we get through the fastest, or the thing we had the least of when they were turned off. And then after that, we can just drop in a deconstruction planner across the whole thing and make the bots deal with it. Yeah. The other possible way to deal with it is to bring in a little bit more of a few more of the iron gears, but then if you try to balance it like that, then you have to go, we've run out of lumber, and then we run out of wooden gears, and it's just not worth it. So it's better to just.
There are real amounts left in the provider stations. I have my empty train station set up, so I have 2 trains I will just rename the stations here, turn the inserters around, and have the other trains bring it into the mall.
That makes sense. So yeah, the bot frenzy will only be for the stuff that's left on the belts. The stations will be emptied and then dumped into.
Yes, and if it's only a few thousand there in the stations, I'll just have the bots deal with it. But if it's like tens, or yeah.
All right. Build. Yeah. So we'll. Rabbit hole called Seeking Perfection. Exactly. Yeah, it's much easier just to have a train or a bot or a frenzy of bots turn up and just smash the whole lot into a million little pieces and then dump it all over here, where we've got quite a lot of storage space and a system where we can then, if we get a train full of anything in here, it can then be taken away by a train when that thing is requested somewhere else in the factory. So we are probably going to we may end up with those wooden gears sitting there forever, because I don't know if there's anything else that uses wooden gears now, because we've moved. Oh, maybe the wooden science. Yeah, wooden science is still using them, so it's still.
Also, the belt and inserter production.
Oh, true. Yeah, there'll be a few places to use them. It'll be still be quite a big bot frenzy. It'll be enough that we'll get lots of those bot fireworks when it happens. And yes, a station emptying train is a nice idea. So we can, as Mark was saying, we flip all these inserters around. They'll load whatever whatever's there. Sorry?
The stations are here. Are pinged.
Okay, yeah, so we can turn all these round, and then a train will come out and bring... What? Oh, I see. These are empty. They will go out to anywhere called empty train station. No, they will go to empty... Where are they emptying to? Presumably into the mall.
You have to name a station, ! Empty this.
Yeah, oh, okay. So they'll do that, and then they'll go to empty train station, which is this one down here.
No, it goes to the mall.
Is there a multiple? Let's have a look in the intro. Ah, here we go. So they go to empty this, and then they'll go to mall requester, And to dump, they'll dump everything out there, where it'll go into the mall and it'll be dealt with later. And then, so yeah, I hadn't opened the interrupt. I hadn't realised there were 2 stations in it. I've forgotten you could do that, to be honest. And then once they've done that, they'll go back to empty train station where they can just park here and wait for other things to happen.
Mark, shouldn't empty this wait until inactivity rather than full cargo?
No, I want the train station to stay up there when it's partially full. So when the station is empty, I want the train to still be there, so I can find it easily.
Fair enough.
Because I want to remove the station after that.
Yeah,
I suppose, yeah, if there's a little bit of manual stuff needed afterwards, that makes sense. Okay, it is 10 to tomorrow. I feel this might be a good time to call a stream because I've finished a project. I know Sophia is still having fun with quality modules, and Mark is messing around with the trains. But I feel that an extra sort of a little bit of playtime is just going to make us tired and isn't going to make an enormous difference. Although I feel surprisingly with it for given it's 10 to midnight. This is very strange for me. Right, so I think this is a good time to end the stream. So I'll do a bit of a wrap-up first, give you an idea of what's been going on around there, what we've been up to. So we did a bit of a... oh, no, I'm not streaming on Wednesday this week, I'm afraid. Something else has come up. I should be off socialising instead, so sorry about that. Yes, so Rubia, we've kind of finished off Rubia a little bit more. I upgraded the amount of science being produced, and we now have none of it on the belt. That is clearly not working. Why is there no science? I'm almost afraid to ask. Oh, what happens here? We're full. Oh, the Kryptonite frame output is full, and they're not getting taken away by the train because I do not know why.
The other end is presumably full.
The other end is also full of Kryptonite. Well, that's crap any time of the day, really. Yeah. So we have overloaded on Kryptonite. We'll need to do something about that because it just caused Rubia to grind to a halt. But generally we've done a load of yeeting over here. We've brought in some extra useful things to over here, and then fired them out into the air with this Crapapult to get rid of them and to do various useful sciencey things. Then I did a little bit of poking at Lignumis. Oh yes, we investigated the noise cancellation towers on Lignumis, active noise cancelling. That has allowed us to pull our pollution back in very, very nicely there, so that's good. And then over on Norvis, I've made a green science production facility down here. I'm sure other people have done other stuff. Would anyone else like to do a little bit of show and tell? Okay, well that was easy. So thank you very much for watching. If you're watching on Twitch, please stick around because we will be going off to find someone else to raid and have a look at what they're doing. Yes, I will be back on next Monday with some more Factorio Planetary Pioneers, where we'll be carrying on with this sort of thing. I think we may well be trying to go off to a new planet then, because fun as it is to tinker with some of the Norvian stuff every so often, it's more fun to go off and investigate new planets. Let's be honest here. So we'll be doing that. Doing that next Monday. I will be releasing a video on Friday where we'll be talking about some of the things that have been going on a little bit of background information on Rubia if you're a supporter. If you're not a supporter, I shall be talking about some of the things we've been doing on Norvis. Supporters get access to videos a week early, as I may have said in the past. So, yes, thank you very much everyone for watching. Please make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, following on Twitch, and maybe even vice versa if you're feeling generous. Let's go and see if we can find somebody to raid. It should be fairly easy to find somebody playing Factorio. Let's have a look. Filter by category. Factorio. Come on, there it is. Death World Rampant, or let's go and drop in on Cyclomatic. We've not seen him for a while, and he's playing Factorio and looking for some oil. This might be a slightly more normal Factorio stream for you, Krompus, if you're still around. Things may look a little bit less silly, and a little bit more. Oh no, he seems to have a boat. He's clearly playing a modded version. Islands and ships, apparently. Well, that sounds quite interesting. So let's go and investigate. Alright, so once again, thank you very much everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I will see you next Monday. And please make sure you check out the videos as well. Bye-bye. It's not Pelagos, it seems to be a completely separate boat-related shenaniganery.